VW Hochschulgruppe Kaiserslautern. Thank you. VW Esteem Hochschulgruppe Karlsruhe.
Thank you.
Thank you. Esteem of the Karlstad. Thanks for your efficiency. Student Science Circle Management AGH. Local Group Krakow.
Viva! Buda!
Buda! Sex! Muzyka! Politechnika!
Thank you. Esteem of the Key.
I say good one, you say hey! Good one!
Hey!
Good one!
Hey!
Good one, good one, good one!
Hey!
Thank you. Society of Managerial Engineering Students of EPSL. Local Group Lausanne. Okay. Kaplagi.
When I say nor, you say nix. Nor!
Nix!
Nor!
Nix!
Nor! Nor!
Nix! Nix! Nix!
Where are your delegates? Ah,
Sorry. You told us to be at the front.
okay. Esteem LG Liège ASBL. Thank you. Industrial Economy. Local Group Linköping. Local Group Lisbon will be proxied by Local Group Aveiro. Local Group Luleå will be proxied by Local Group Brussels. Local Group Lund will be proxied by Local Group La Peranta. Esteem LG Lyon. Thank you. Esteem Madrid.
Today is Wednesday!
Today is Wednesday!
Wednesday is the working day!
Wednesday is the working day!
Tuesday is the holiday!
Tuesday is the holiday!
Monday is the finger day!
Monday is the finger day!
Are you happy?
We are happy!
As you are!
Thank you. Esteem LG Milan.
Here we are.
Thanks for your efficiency. Local Group Minho will be proxied by Local Group Coimbra. Local Group Minsk will be proxied by Local Group Bremen. Local Group Moscow will be proxied by Local Group Novi Sad. Hochschule für angewandte Wissenschaften München. Thanks for your efficiency. European Association of Industrial Engineering and Management, Local Group IM Novi Sad.
When I say Novi, when we say Novi, you say Sad. Novi!
Sad!
Novi!
Sad!
Novi!
Sad!
Thank you.
Thank you. Optiem olun duotantola tekarit. Thanks for your efficiency. Hochschulgruppe Wirtschaftsingenieurwesen der Universität Paderborn. Thanks for your efficiency. LXIV.
Engenharia! Os melhores academia! Engenharia! Os
Thank you. Local Group Poznan will be proxied by Local Group Krakow. Esteem St. Petersburg. Thanks for your efficiency. Esteem Local Group Sevilla.
Ya está aquí con la mano con la mano. Viene dispuesto a morir, gracias por haber llegado. Dale un chupito que no, dale un chupito más largo.
Thank you. VW Esteemed Hochschulgruppe Siegen. Thanks for your efficiency. Združenje na studenti po industrijsko inženirstvo i management Skopje.
When we say LG, you say Skopje. LG! Skopje! LG! Skopje! LG! Skopje!
Thank you. Združenje na studentite po industrijalno inženirstvo i management Skopje. Local group Stockholm will be proxied by local group Helsinki. MTU Estimal Zitali. Thank you. Tuotantotaluuden Kita Index. Local group Tampere. Thanks for your efficiency. Esteemed Mures. Thank you. NTNU, Norges Teknisk Naturvitenskapelige Universitet. Local group Trondheim.
Can I read it again?
You can. You just need to sit there in their place. Thank you. LT Vasa.
You're gonna know this song by the end of the week.
Thank you. Local group Vienna, excuse themselves. Local group Warsaw, excuse themselves. Local group esteemed local group Santi. Yes. Yes. Sorry. Which local group? Can you tell me again? Esteemed local group Santi.
When I say cocktail, you say party! Cocktail! Cocktail! Cocktail!
Thank you. Udruga studenata industrijskog inženjerstva i menadžmenta. Local group Zagreb. Okay. Let's proceed with observer local groups. Local group Piraeus. Thanks for your efficiency. Then let's continue with guest local groups. Local group Cartagena. Thank you. Esteemed local group Nice. Thank you. Esteemed Rijeka. Let's proceed with externals. BEST, Board of European Students of Technology. Okay. Electrical Engineering Students European Association. Thank you. Verband Deutscher Wirtschaftsingenieure. Thank you. Local group Lausanne. Local group Linköping. Local group Zagreb, local group Rijeka,
I close agenda point 21, quorum of the council and enlistment of the vote by proxy. And I open agenda point 22, university presentation. And I call Dico and Matthias to the stage to represent Lutz University.
Testing, testing. Zoom crashing is my favorite part. Hello everybody, my name is Matthias,
and I'm Deco.
and today we will be presenting our wonderful university of LUT. Here you can see a picture of our beautiful entrance. One of these guys is an esteemer called Moke. Some of you might know Moke.
So within this presentation, we're going to be discussing one of our master programs that is fully conducted in English. The name of the master program is called Global Management of Innovation and Technology. Today we're going to be discussing what kind of program it is and what other kind of aspects are related to this program.
Magic wand work. So here is what industrial engineering and management means to us at LUT. It means improving processes, renewing organizations, advancing innovations, redesigning systems, utilizing and advancing digitalizations, promoting entrepreneurship, and transforming technology potential into business. We also have a great deal of renewable things going on at our university.
And what is the purpose of our degrees in our university? The main focus is training the next generation of problem solvers.
So, yeah, turn it off. There we go. So, our university, especially our faculty, is quite substantial. It has been a department at LUT since 1969. It's internationally accredited with the AS/IAM certification. We have a very good employment rate, and the vision is to make IAM a desired education place whose students are excellently employed and whose research efforts are valued when considering new solutions for companies and other organizations' developmental needs.
Here's a picture of some of our faculty members and some of our students. And here you can see that connectivity and team spirit is a really big part of education in LUT University.
Here are some of the key people. They look wonderful. There is Ville Ojanen, Leonid, and Sini Sarvelahti. You can follow them all on LinkedIn if you want.
And next we're going to be going through the program overview in general. The program is a 2-year program, and it consists of different aspects within the program. The core studies are 31 credits. This entails strategic technology, innovation management, project management, research methodologies, academic writing, systems modeling, and also intelligent product service systems. During the specialization studies, which are then 65 credits, it entails open innovation, inventive design, software, application innovation, and then you have other electives that you can freely choose within the university. Actually, in our university, we have this great thing where all courses are open for everyone, so you can take whatever courses you want from different faculties, for example. The specialization studies also include a master's thesis, which is a 30-credit overdue, and then we also have minor studies, which are 24 credits, selected from other LET minor subjects in technology. Or some examples of the minor studies are, for example, software engineering, energy technology, and also electrical engineering.
Yeah. So here are some of the key points about learning and the innovative mindset at LUT. The topics include things such as system, product service development, strategic entrepreneurship, inventive design, all very trendy and sexy words, as we all know. But the thing that I'd like to say about this slide is that the approach to teaching and evaluation might be quite different to what most of you, or some of you, are used to. Whereas we have project reports, constant evaluation, lots of presentations, learning diaries, and peer evaluations. And what we try to get out of this, our learning outcomes, includes innovative thinking, global business perspective, and especially communication and cooperation skills.
Yes. And here's a picture of our course portfolio of methods and different kind of tools for systemic innovation processes. This is kind of example courses that we might have within the degree. Open innovation, intelligent product service systems, strategic entrepreneurship, and they're put into different brackets. So value capture, which is innovation backend, and value creation, which is the front end innovation. And here's are the kind of courses that you can select within the program.
So yeah, you actually have quite the great degree of individualization based on your own areas of interest. Now, here is another one of these slides where I'm not going to read it to you, but I will give you a moment to look at it. This is, for example, what your master's years 1 and 2 might look like. And again, it's quite wonderful that depending on your extracurricular activities, if you're really into STEAM, you can always time these courses differently, select what you want to do, when and where. So it gives you a great deal of flexibility to do all sorts of things with your life. And hopefully graduate.
Yes, and within our courses, there's also collaboration with different companies. The giveaway is a 3-way, so basically business, industry to academia, and from academia to students, and students also give to these companies. Here's some examples of the companies that we have, the courses have collaborations with. Stora is a pretty big company in Lappeenranta, and there's also other examples such as Abloy, Kempi, and Autotech.
I get all the fun slides. So yeah, I'm again not going to read this to you, but here are some examples what kind of master's theses have been written for us. For example, anything from VR and AR applications to managing post-acquisition integration in global industrial companies. And now I will breathe. So, also some of the positions our alumni have been in include project managers, PhD researchers, all the usual things. You can read more student testimonials if you're really interested at lut.fi/GMIT.
And here's the principles for future development within the program. Here are the key takeaways. For instance, continuous development with blended learning is one example. Soft and hard digital skills are needed for industry of the future. T-shaped engineers with broad knowledge in innovation management and in-depth specializations. And then there's a really nice quote.
Here are some of the countries where we've had students attend our program. As you can see, it is truly a global community, and that's a very important thing, as we've stressed before, the kind of community we want to create, because we believe that it creates the kind of value that you cannot get otherwise. From people from different perspectives, different backgrounds, creating wonderful things together.
Yes, and this is actually a pretty new takeaway within the program. So all students have this opportunity to be doing a double degree with can we get the live stream?
Let's give it a moment. It got worse. Hey.
With collaboration with Eindhoven University of Technology. It's basically a two-way double degree, and you can have a special track, which will be two and a half year program. The minimum is 150 credits. The focus within this double degree is on innovation management and data engineering. For those who have technical minor studies in software engineering and digital transformation are the perfect candidates for this double degree. Basically, it's a great way to do your studies in two different universities and get to experience it from two different perspectives.
And yeah, it's a bit of a rarity because we don't usually have to apply for most of our master's programs, but hopefully I'll be getting into this one day. The magic wand stopped working. So here you can see the reason this course has been put on this slide is, again, strengthening that sense of individuality. So we have an entire course dedicated to the fact that you can actually sit down with the program directors, with people who care about what you want out of the course, because, you know, the school exists for the student, and we are big believers in that you should be able to maximize and improve your own experience during your studies. It really shows that they care.
Yes, and that's the end of our presentation. Thank you everyone for listening.
And Diego, a little bit about our student culture, perhaps?
Of course.
So, before we move on to questions, this was the official part, yes? Now we get on to the fun part. So, one of the best things about studying in Finland is the Finnish student culture. And one of the most visible parts of that are these.
So for everyone wondering, yes, you do get overalls if you come to JMIT.
So yes, in Finland we have a deep and rich history of student culture, and I've had the absolute pleasure of sharing it with many of you here this week. It goes beyond just student events, it goes beyond Vappu. It's something that connects us beyond universities, beyond degrees, beyond the subjects we're doing. And I think that sense of community is the most unique thing you get from studying at universities. And we really, really would love for all of you to come and experience it.
Thank you.
All right, questions? Yeah, Nicole first.
Nikola Ivanovic of Belgrade. I already guess that you probably already know what I will ask, but did you consider to organize 65th council meeting regarding Thank you.
That's we're We're gonna have to think about that.
Next one is the gentleman with the green shirt.
Hugo Bueno, local group Madrid. I have a question. Is there a possibility to get an overall without the fact of studying in Finland?
I mean, you know how in life they say everything has a price? But no, realistically, it is something that usually requires you to study at a Finnish university.
Hugo, can you just repeat the question for the secretaries?
Is it possible to get overalls without studying?
Thank you.
So, Thomas Groen from LG Tampere. For the secretaries, you spell it Groen.
Sorry, can you repeat?
Thomas Groen, LG Tampere. So purely hypothetically, what if I was a foreigner who would like to study in Finland?
Yes.
But the finances of studying and living in Finland are a bit scary to me. What would be my options?
I knew the wonderful questions about the intricacies of the Finnish social security system would come into play. We will find you the details and report at a later date. But yes, there are subsidies, there are scholarships, and, you know, it's a complicated thing.
So the Finnish taxpayer would pay for my studies?
Your words, not mine.
Is this thing on? It is. Hello, I'm Eric Viktor Pymyashinsky, local group Gothenburg. In this team, we like to do Lean Six Sigma courses. Does Lappeenranta offer such courses?
We have our wonderful, knowledgeable people in the back row who could perhaps assist us with some of the more detailed esteem questions.
Janne Häkkinen, LG Lappeenranta. To answer their question, yes.
Nice.
Efficient, I like it.
Okay, I want to continue on the money part.
Can you name surname and local group first?
Meri Ruska, LG Helsinki. And how much does a student lunch cost in Finland?
Well, I think Diego going to take this one.
It costs €2.70.
I mean, I'm going to reveal my age here a bit, but it usually cost €1.85 when I started. Anyway, yeah, student food is well subsidized in Finland.
One question from delegates first. First, David.
I'm David Ferrero, LG Civil. See a Lappeenranta. See a Lappeenranta. See a Lappeenranta. That's all, sir.
Okay,
I appreciate the show of support.
Hello, I'm Georgi Vasilev from LG Sofia. Can I visit your university using the Erasmus Plus program, for example?
Yes, we do have Erasmus in our university as well.
And can I get an overall if I
Yes,
stay for 6
ESN
months?
overalls, they are like an electric blue. Yes, they have their own overalls.
Okay.
They also have their own movable sauna. It's insane.
Wow.
Can you repeat name and surname for the secretaries?
Georgi Vasilev.
One more time.
Georgi Vasilev.
Thank you. Eric, is that another question?
Yeah, if we have got time.
No, not really. Sorry.
Thank you.
Never mind. Okay. Thanks, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will have more presentation in the following days, but for now I close agenda point 22, university presentations. And I open agenda point 23, local group requirements, and I ask Esin to join us on stage.
will open in a couple of minutes, so you're waiting.
In the meanwhile, can you try to wake up your neighbors and have them join the whistling? Thank you.
Hello, hello. Yes, guys, now we're going to do an energizer. Technical energizer. Can everyone stand up? Is it working? Okay, guys. I think we can start. Yes. So hello everyone. Good morning. I'm Esin, the current members committee leader, and this presentation will be about our current local group requirements and to inform you about the warnings that each local group will receive. Dasha also mentioned, and we also talked about it a bit yesterday, but why do we have these requirements? It's basically because we want to keep going towards a sustainable network with active members. So it also goes aligned with one of our core values, encouraging participation. So we have these warnings basically to encourage local groups to be active and to communicate what STEAM expects from their members, as well as to inform the council about the current situation of our local groups. Yeah, like these are also, we use it also as a tool to keep track of which of our local groups are like in which condition, and if we can help them from the central level together with our regional coordinators or the local group support system. The current requirements we have, we also mentioned them already yesterday, but we have, being a legal entity, having at least one event organized in a 1-year period, having 5 different participants in traveling in its events, having at least 1 delegate in every 2 council meetings, responding all the emails sent by the board, and attending at least 1 event stated in the event agenda of the team besides a council meeting. We have these 5 requirements, so as we explained yesterday, these are counted and checked 28 days before the council meeting, and each LR receives a mail about the current situation of their local group 28 days before. If a member group fails any of these requirements, then a local group receives a warning in the respective council meeting. As we said before, 3 warnings in a row results in a proposal for exclusion. Yesterday we voted on a proposal regarding the voting sheets in CM Civil. Just to remind you very quickly, it was about the consecutive warning system and the fact that everything was overruled instead of only overruling 3 requirements. And since the motion was accepted, now for consecutive warnings we counted the last online CM, CM Civil, and CM Belgrade. It's not working. Okay. Yes. So now, we will also have the warnings that's for each requirement, and the local groups who didn't fulfill the respective points. So the first one is about, it's not working. Yes, to organize at least 1 event in a 1-year period, and here we have our local groups that didn't fulfill it in this council meeting. So LG Aachen, LG Auvergne, LG Braunschweig, LG Bremen, LG Bucharest, LG Dortmund, LG Dresden, LG Famagusta, Graz, Groningen, Ilmenau, Kaiserslautern, Karlsruhe, Karlstadt, local group Lausanne, Linköping, LG Milan, LG Minsk, LG Munich, LG Oulu, LG Paderborn, LG Poznan, LG St. Petersburg, LG Skopje, LG Tallinn, LG Targamuresh, LG Vasa, and LG Warsaw. This is the one so for our next requirement, which is for fulfilling the one that's having for 5 different travelers between council meetings, the local group who didn't fulfill the requirements, LG Aachen, LG Auvergne, LG Bucharest, LG Calabria, LG Dortmund, Dresden, Famagusta, Graz, Karlstadt, LG Lausanne, LG Linköping, LG Minsk, LG Paderborn, LG Poznan, LG Vasa, and local group Vienna. This is our requirements regarding having at least one participating in at least 1 event besides a council meeting, and the local groups who didn't fulfill it was LG Bucharest, LG Dortmund, LG Lausanne, LG Paderborn, and local group Vienna. For having at least 1 delegate in every consecutive council meeting, LG Graz, LG Lubea, LG Minsk, LG Poznan, and LG Vienna failed this requirement, and our last one was about responding to the emails which was sent by the board. Since no requirements mails was sent for this council meeting, every local group fulfilled this requirement. I don't know why it's a bit... Okay, I think it's because we opened it from Google Sites. But here you can see In the one that's are next to the local groups, you can see the number of requirements that each LG failed in this CM, and the one that is kind of like under the row is the consecutive warnings that each local group has now. So since it's the third consecutive warning of LG Bucharest, they will be proposed for exclusion by the board, which will Dasha explain you in the next presentation in more detail. And LG Graz, LG Lausanne, and LG Linköping, it's their second consecutive warning in this council meeting, and the rest of the local groups will receive their first warning in this CM. So also in the next page, every local group, it's their first warning for this council meeting. And the numbers are the requirements which, the number of requirements which they failed and received a warning. And yeah, this was the summary. Sorry for the slides. And yeah, this was it basically. If you have any questions, yeah, I would be happy to answer them about the counting or about the warnings.
All right, we have some time for questions. The front. Okay, then Maria to the front, and then Sigurd in the middle. First Maria here. And then Sigurd.
Hello, thank you for your presentation. Maria Gizapoglou, local group Piraeus. In case, for example, the local group is proposed for exclusion and it doesn't get excluded, what happens to their warnings, and are they eliminated or?
The warnings will remain the same, so if they get another warning the next council meeting, they will be proposed for exclusion again.
Thank you. Then we have Sigurd, and then there was a delegate. Yes.
Yeah, that was 10 questions.
Okay.
Hi, Matias Junttila, LG Lappeenranta. This might be a big newbie question, but I'm going to ask it anyway. So, what if an LG starts getting consecutive warnings? Is there some kind of special support that is offered to them to try and, dig them out of their grave?
Yes.
Sorry for the phrasing.
Yes, exactly. So for local group Bucharest, it will be also explained more in the next presentation. But when we noticed, we contacted them personally and started to help them out if we can maybe fulfill any of these requirements before the council meeting. So we had regular meetings, and yeah, we also from the central side, it's usually tracked by me and the regional coordinator, and we try to contact them and inform them already about the situation before the council meeting.
Any other questions? Yes?
Can I go? Okay. Cviatko Hadžijski from LG Sofia. I don't know if this is the time to ask this question, but does the members committee track the activeness of the local groups? Now we saw that the warnings and everything, so you track every local group. Is there a separate, let's say, chart where you measure?
Are you asking for the requirements or for generally on how we
generally.
So local groups are also tracked by the KPIs we send every 2 times in a year. So their local group support system is also collecting more detailed information besides the requirements we have, and then it's analyzed by the LGSS team and the regional coordinator with the KPIs to see each local group's situation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We take the last 3 questions. First David here, then Kai, then...
Hello. I don't know if you remember for previous CNCB, Alexander Sancia, Stefan Gilmano, that was you, and David Barrero, LGCB. There has been a lot of local groups that have received warning this CM. Do you have you do an analysis about it, or what? Which are the reasons you think we have so increased warnings in this council meeting?
So of course it's also the impacts we had after the COVID periods. We first had like the 6 months, it was quite difficult for local groups to organize any events, and after that, the lack of knowledge for people because we had such a long term with only online events. I think that's had a bigger impact on it. But also if your question is like why we didn't overrule them this year, I believe it's because like we want to encourage our local groups to be active again. If we keep overruling them, we might risk having weak members in the future because we want sustainable and proactive LGs. But since it was also the decision by the boards, I don't know if you guys would like to elaborate more. Okay.
Thank you for your answer.
Thank you. In the meanwhile, could you wake your neighbors up with love? Okay, I see you have an interesting definition of love. Question from Kai, then Johannes, and then we move on to the next part.
Hi, Heine, local group Berlin. Question is rather for the board, but maybe you can answer it too, Esin. The question is regarding local groups that are now getting warnings, or generally getting warnings that are out of the scope of their current influence. Meaning we have, unfortunately, very weird and horrible political situations right now. I saw Minsk, for example, also being getting a warning right now. Is the proposal here by the board to just keep proposing them for exclusion in the future because it's out of their scope to actually host international events anymore? Or is there any kind of other process that is currently in talks?
Okay, I can go. I'll reply to your question. So right now the situation looks like that. In the future it can be re-evaluated by the next board, and for example it can be proposed to overrule the several requirements for those local groups.
Okay. We don't have time anymore. I'm sorry. There was also another question I had to say no to. Okay, thank you very much, Yasin. And I close agenda point 23, local group requirements. And I open agenda point 24, proposal for exclusion, and I call Dasha to the stage.
Hello everyone, let's wait for the presentation. Today we'll have one local group to be proposed for exclusion.
In the meanwhile, for those who don't know, it's supposed to be the Harry Potter theme song. Just saying, because I see a lot of people whistling very different things.
Okay guys, let's start. So as I said, today we have a presentation about proposals for exclusion. So why local groups are proposed for exclusion? According to our membership regulations, 3 consecutive warnings shall result in proposal for exclusion, and local groups should be proposed for exclusion by the board. Why do we have so? I think that's the previous presentation held by Yasin helps you to get a better understanding. So once again to mention that's one of our core values and to encourage participation. So we'd like to see our local groups actively contributing to the network, them being active in the network. So what leads us also, if the local groups are not quite active, that's to increase administrative work. So our leaders, our regional coordinators, the board sending emails trying to reach them, so which is increasing the workloads. And it's quite sad if we cannot get the reply from them. So we're just spending our time and resources if local group is not interested. That's quite sad and bad for the network. And last but not the least, it leads us to the bad image of our network. Let me elaborate a bit on that. We may be perceived poorly by third parties. So for example, when we arrange some events together, we state that we have that number of countries, that number of local groups, and then in reality that may be different if local groups are not quite active. And the last part, it may lead to the frustration among the steamers when some local groups put a lot of effort and time and contribute to the network, actively participate in our life, and then some local groups are just there in the network doing nothing. Okay, what does it mean if the local group is proposed for exclusion? So that would mean that local association is no longer a member of a team. the local association can no longer vote in the council meeting, and students and alumni of those local groups can still remain members of a team. They still can travel, but nothing changes for alumni and students from this local group, because once in a steamer, always in a steamer. And what else? The local association can reapply for membership at any moment they want, so they'll go through all of this process once again, starting from applying to be a guest group. So today we propose local group Bucharest for exclusion. Let me share a bit about the situation, what was happening in the past years. Here you can see an overview of warnings and requirements they didn't fulfill during this council meeting. So during this council meeting they didn't fulfill 3 requirements, which are organizing 1 event, having 5 different students participating in the events, and attending at least 1 event other than the council meeting. Okay, so for the council meeting civil requirement, emails was not replied, and here you can see 2 more council meetings and requirements they did not fulfill. We also don't have delegates from the Bucharest today. I'd like to mention this as well. Last events by local group Bucharest was organized in September 2018, and the last travel was done for the council meeting Seville, and the traveling, one more traveler besides the council meeting was done in February 2020, so quite some time ago. What happens as well? So they had several applicants for Euroclid Russia events, but they could not, they were not accepted for the event, so they showed some activeness, but still didn't manage to attend the events. Problems of the local groups they face. We have the video from the local responsible, so she'll explain in more details, but let me just mention that they had lack of active members, and the COVID-19 impact was quite strong on their local group, and financial documentation, they had problems with those, which led them that they could not support their members financially. Okay, so a little bit on the positive side of the situation, because it's not that bad. Local group Bucharest are planning to organize, they were planning to organize 1 event before the council meeting, but they had to cancel this. Local responsible is quite responsive and really motivated to continue the journey of the local group in our network. And last but not the least, they are planning to organize IT committee coordination meeting this summer, so they already have some plans for the future. For now, I would like Nicolina to play the video, which local responsible shared with us, so you can get a bit more information from them.
Hi guys, I'm Andrada, the president of LG Bucharest, and I'm here to talk about the following agenda review. And first of all, who are we? We're LG Bucharest, as I said, we are a Belgrade and SPM member, and we have about 9 active members right now. 8 recruits, 5 more people in the process of becoming a recruit, and 5 professors that are supporting us. They're not really members, as you know. First of all, I'm really happy to announce that 50% of us are recruits right now, and this is showing a really good demographic, and that's super cool. Because during the COVID pandemic, we really had a hard time motivating people to join us, because all of our courses were online and we couldn't see the people face to face. So that was a struggle. From the previous team, before the pandemic, it's only me and our LR and another member. And unfortunately, due to this motivation, we got a travel warning because we didn't get enough travelers. There were enough people that signed up technically for different events, but unfortunately for some events they didn't got accepted, and for some other events they got cancelled. The event itself got cancelled. And we also have an event organization warning, which I heard that right now it's a hot point of conversation. Yeah, we have an event that's on the platform, so hopefully you can sign up for it and see you there if you don't take us out. And of course, any local group after COVID, we have some of monetary issue, but we are getting creative with it, and I'm sure we got this. So right now, speaking about the current situation, we have a very small local group growing. I'm happy to announce here. We are helping a lot of Ukrainians because, as you might know, Romania is a bordering country. Some of them are permanent with us, some of them stayed with my family, some of them stayed with other families. We even went in Ukraine to deliver some goods that we were able to gather from our alumni and other members. Sorry for stuttering. My current situation, as I said, we are doing some events, some workshops, as you can see here, and presentations and recruitments, and this IPC, as I mentioned before, and going to concerts together to gather money. The current situation, as I said, we are trying to collaborate with other associations to strengthen our basis of FAWE and DSTM. And for future plans, as I might have mentioned, we are a FAWE local group in Romania, which means that most of our members have to know German too, which is pretty complicated. Therefore, we are starting to separate the two. We're going to recruit people, and we are starting to recruit people that are able to also just speak English and separate FAWE from STM for a second. Also, we expect to have more motivated members, which means more motivated travelers, and hopefully see you sooner rather than later. And I hope you're gonna keep us. Why? Because we are motivated to keep on developing the network further. We have experience. We've been here since 2008, and we are very interested in working together, and we have a good basis of recruits. 50% of us, as I said, are recruits. So thank you, and if you want to do any kind of event together, any kind of partnership, please text me, email me, or my LR. Thank you once more.
Now there will be some time for questions, and for answering them we will have Dasha, Nicola, and Esin. Oh, clarification from the front. Can somebody bring a microphone?
Can we just open the slide where the requirements failed are listed? So am I right in thinking that they failed to fulfill not 3 but 4 consecutive requirements?
Yeah, I think that there is a mistake because we don't have the delegate here.
Okay, so it's 4.
But we only checked for 3 consecutive warnings. So since it didn't happen, because yesterday the proposal wasn't certain yet, that's why we put it. But it's usually already only checked for 3 council meetings.
I think that I did a mistake right now because we need the delegates at least once per 2 council meetings, right? So that's why it's fulfilled. This requirement is fulfilled. So we have 3 which are not, which are listed here.
Which one would be gone from the list?
It's correct here. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Then we have David in the back of the delegates, and then Eric. That on the right, is that a question or you're just very tall? Just very tall.
Hello, once again, I told too much. I'm David Barrero, LXIV. So I have one question. If they get affected, if they get if they get out. What's happened to my coordination meeting? Because basically this year in APC we were quite inactive, but I also contacted over around 20 local groups to have a coordination meeting. They were the only one who said yes way months before this year, but Ukrainian stuff and so on. So yeah, it's one of my questions. I will ask more later.
Thank you for your question. If the local group will decide to reapply and join the network as being guests and they fulfill our requirements to be a guest group, they can organize the event.
Can somebody give the microphone to who has a tree behind the delegates? Athena?
I'm Athena from LXIV about the live stream. I don't know who's...
Can you speak a bit closer to the microphone?
Right. Okay, you can hear. They don't have image in the live stream.
Okay, thank you. And we have David, make it a very short two, and then a two here in the back.
Okay. How, if they get out, what's happened to their data and everything that they've been so far in Steam? Are we going to delete a coordination meeting like the one who will happen in June? Are we going to delete the data that they have before? How that's work? Because that would be deleting history of Steam, but I don't know.
What do you mean by data? The information on the portal?
Yes, information on the portal, database, so on.
I think that's the information from the portal will be deleted till the moment they join again as guests. Or it's going to be updated for guests if they will, for example, say that they would like to apply directly, for example, right now.
No, when a local group leaves the network, we change its status as inactive, and then we can actually change it to active. That's what happened with local group Nice, for example. On the portal, the LG exists, but it's stated as inactive, and right now we change the status and it's active.
Thank you for your clarification, Helena.
In the meanwhile, who's going to ask a question, please prepare it in order for it to be short. Was that a two? A one, okay. Then, no, first we have Eric, and then Masha.
Is this on? This is on. Eric Viktor Pemeyashinsky, local group Gothenburg. I want to bring to the attention of the council that Bucharest did travel to one event before in 2021. It was Apollonia Seaside Activity Week. This event was cancelled from the portal. So it was not an official event, but they had the intention of traveling and actually traveled to an esteem event, and albeit unofficial one.
Thank you, Eric. Yes, this event was not official one. It was not a portal, so we don't count it. But to show that there is some interest from the members, yes. Thank you.
Hi, Maria Fanscher, LG Darmstadt. Do you know whether LG Bucharest is planning to reapply if they get excluded?
Yeah, I guess they will, because they still want to stay in network. You saw their presentation, so.
Is that a question? Okay, then first we have the gentleman with the green hoodie. Can you stand up, please? Thank you. And then we have Maria, and then I suppose we can move on to the next point.
Dorin Suciu from LG Târgu regarding other LGs, you said that there were motivated members that wanted to go to the event but didn't get accepted. So if, let's say, other LGs fulfill the other requirements and they have motivated members to participate at events but they don't get picked, do they still get a warning, or how do we deal with this?
Yes, they still receive a warning because technically they didn't attend events. That's why we cannot count it, but that's why we have those kind of presentations where the local group has a chance to explain themselves. Also, we included that there was some activeness, but yeah, they didn't get accepted. But in terms of regulations, we cannot count it because they weren't registered.
Thank you very much. Now we have the last question from Maria in the front.
Maria Gezeboglu, LXIV. Do you know why they didn't attend this like the delegate? Because it's a very important milestone for them in a bad way.
When we saw that they didn't register any delegates, we approached them. Like, we sent an email to the LR, and what they replied was that because of the unstable situation with the war in Ukraine, they feel unsafe in traveling.
Okay, thank you very much. This was all for questions. You can take your seat. And then I close agenda point 24, proposal for exclusions. And I open agenda point 25, membership applications. And so I call to the stage Maria and Stefanos for LG Piraeus.
Okay, guys, hello. Are we awake? Yes. I cannot hear you. Yes. Okay, great. So exclusions are always sad. So in a happier note, we are here to present you our application for membership for local group Piraeus. It has been 2 long years. And you understand, like with the pandemic situation, everyone had struggles. So imagine a local group joining a team and trying to become a member while having the pandemic. So yeah, we are very, very happy to be in front of you today. And yeah, we can start.
Yeah, magic seems to work. Okay, let's down some more detail about Piraeus on its own. Piraeus is a port city in Greece. It's located in Athens urban area. Nice animation. It's the largest passenger port in Europe and second largest in the world. And it's also a center of beautiful sea and marine culture.
Can you talk slightly closer to the microphone?
Yeah, perfect. Okay, let's say some details about the University of Piraeus. It was founded in 1938. It's located, obviously in Piraeus, in Athens. Right now we have more than 10,000 active students. Also, we have 4 different fields of studies. And our university has more than 120 external relationships. And also, supposed to be 4.5 out of 5 student satisfaction, which I doubt, but okay.
Stefan.
Sorry, I have to be sincere. Some stuff about our local group, if you're all wondering. So it all started in 2019. Our founder, Maria Valletta, went to student exchange in University of Hamm. And she met the beautiful, fancy, hot steamers from Novi Sad. So, coming back to Piraeus, she gathered 20 founding members, and we were officially founded as an association in February 2020. And since then, we're constantly growing. We're the second Greek local group, and currently we have more than 70 active members.
Okay, talking a little bit about the structure of the local group. Of course, since the beginning, it has changed, and we improve as we proceed. So we have 2 main categories of entities, let's say. We have the board, which local responsible. I will have technical.
Yep, can somebody give a microphone to Elif?
Hello, Elif Akil'de İstanbul ITU. For the live streaming, there is a phone near to computer, so the live stream, like who are watching the live stream, are hearing the notifications all the time.
Good.
If you can close it.
Thank
Sorry.
you.
Thank you. So, inside the board, we also have the local responsible. We have the president, mainly here for the legal staff and the coordination of the board. We have the vice president of administration for the IT infrastructure and communication. And then we have vice president of finance for the money. And last but not least, vice president of public relations for social media and marketing. Teams. So under every person of the board, similar to the esteem structure that we have in Central, there is one team. So under local responsible, we have the international events team. Under president, we have the local events team. Human resources under the vice president of administration. Update. Corporate relations at the Vice President of Finance, and the Vice President of Public Relations have the design team. Okay, some achievements for you to visualize through numbers how we proceeded these 2 years. First of all, right now we have 74 members. Every year we doubled our members. So we started with 20, then we proceeded next year with 40, and now we have almost like 80 members. Right now we have 25 active members, and 3 people are centrally active, us included. In 2021, it was voted the third most developing local group within the network. We had 2 international events and 1 local, and 28 travels by members this year alone. So, what are our goals? What are we looking for in the future? First of all, on an international level, we would like to, again, this year have more than 2 offline, of course, international events, probably an exchange and perhaps a LXIV. We would like to raise our central presence, so more than 5 people would be a good number to have. And of course, raise awareness within STEAM about the local group, our offerings, and our presence, let's say. For the local part, there must be done, as in every local group. Of course, we will need to have board elections and handover. Some legal stuff are still in process. We are a fully legal entity, but you understand. And of course, recruiting and bonding after the board is elected. And of course, more local actions to support the principal members. Okay, what's the benefits for us? Why do we want to become full members? First of all, as I just mentioned, it's very good for us to be full members because also the university recognizes us as a more important student association. Yeah, same goes with companies, of course, and self-development. Through being a member in a STEAM, you understand how much valued it is for us to be fully members and a part of this amazing network. And of course, as I just mentioned, we share cultures. We want to be here in STEAM. That's why we work so hard, and that's why we're here presenting. What's the benefits for you as a network? Okay. First of all, Piraeus is an industrial shipping center. We are a port, pretty much. So we have a lot of companies, a lot of experts. Of course, since there's only 1 official local group in Greece right now, expanding to a second one would open a gateway to the country. We have members eager to travel. Imagine, we joined with pandemic and we are here presenting membership like 2 years later. And of course, Piraeus is inside Athens, so you understand there is a huge cultural value for the entire network, I think. Yep.
Can I ask you to wrap up?
Yes, but we have some technical. So these are some highlights from our events. For me, it's really emotional because you understand all the struggles, but we are here right now, and this is this is Strahinia. Yes, exactly. Yeah. And to all of you, we ask you to vote for us. We ask you to trust us, becoming a full member of this team. And yeah, thank you so much for your attention. And
I really hope those are not all questions. Yeah, no, good. Okay, but now we have time for some. So if any one of you have a question, please stand up. We have the first one there in the back. No, way more in the back. Then Petra, then Johannes. No, then Petra, then... Yeah, delegate.
Alexander Kyo, local group Lyon. Do you have a song of your local group?
okay, fun fact, we did, but someone else took it today. We had the drunken sailor and someone started singing and we didn't.
Yeah, like 10 minutes ago about the mission.
Yes, I was just looking at Stefan and so I'm like, okay, fine. So, sorry. We'll find something better. But
Taking notes. Thank you. Now we have one question from Petra.
Petra Maria Kadarzi, local group Xanthi. First of all, congrats for your application. I would like to ask you, since you've been in the network for only 2 years now, do you think that you're sustainable enough to apply for a membership? I can answer. I would say definitely. As I mentioned, we became sustainable through the the pandemic, the entire situation. So that shows how much willingness there is, and I would say this is a very good indicator about our progress. But in general, like there's a good way to go.
Thank you. Then we have a question from then Johannes and then the other delegate.
Ole Hang, LG Berlin. Since you look right motivated, I saw that, I think everybody saw that here, and I have a question. You have a lot of people already. I thought it was smaller. I didn't thought you were that many active members. And if it appears that it turns out to be positive for you, would you think? I have in mind that there's like an event this autumn.
No.
Okay.
No. Let me explain. Of course, I would be more than happy to have SCM, but you can understand that first of all we're not members yet. Hopefully we'll become. But also in Greece there's this problem that we don't have mother associations. So financially we are struggling a lot in that part. SCM would take definitely longer for us to organize. It's not impossible, of course not, but in 6 months it's highly unlikely, if I am to be realistic.
Thank you. David, is that to say that they can do it in a short time? Then we got it. Let's go to Johannes. And then the delegate here in the front.
Johannes Alila, LG Vasa. From a marketing perspective, why are you not calling yourself LG Athens?
Okay. So actually, that is a bit, it's a sad story, but we proceeded with local group Piraeus because our university was our university is called University of Piraeus. So in order for us to maintain a good relationship with them, we decided not to go as general as Athens. However, maybe for the marketing inside the network it would be easier for you to pronounce, to understand. Yes, it could be an option in the future, we never know, but university relations are really important for us.
Thank you. Maria, I just have to ask you to slow down a bit with the answer. Now we take the last 2 questions. First the delegate here, and then the gentleman with the flag in the back.
Polina Petrova, LG Kiev. So you did like really great job with raising your local group during the pandemic. Do you think about like maybe contact local group support system leader to share your experience? How did you motivate your members during online times? Because it really can be really helpful for local groups that now struggling with motivating people during online.
I think I can speak for both of us when I say 100% we are open for any kind of discussion, also for the LG roundtable. If members committee, for example, approaches us, we'll be more than happy to have this kind of discussion.
Thank you very much. And the last question in the back.
Okay, Gökay Dündar, Istanbul ITU, and I'm actually wondering that how is your how the level of spirit your LG, and what will you do to improve the spirit around of LG?
Sorry, the what?
Yeah, I'm actually How will you do
the question also for the secretaries?
Oh. Okay, how will you do to improve the spirit in your LG? Esteem spirit.
Parties. Parties and a lot of alcohol. I mean, it might sound a bit stupid, but in order for you to attract the students, you have to offer them something that they like. So we attract them with free drinks, and then we also promote this thing under the table. So yeah. But in general, we try to ease them into the esteem process, because sometimes it's too much to take, It's an ongoing free beers.
Thank you very much. This was the last question. Thank you to local group Piraeus for the application. Is there an announcement from organizers, or do we move on? No? Okay. Then I close agenda point 25, membership applications. And now we have a break. It's gonna be 30 minutes. You have to be back at 11:20. And before standing up, please, 11:20, we need you in the room. In the room, on the chairs. 11:20. Have fun.
Punisher!
Will be responsible to keep the audience awake and attentive during the General Assembly. What will happen if it's accepted? Applications will be open for the position of
the Punisher!
Therefore, we will have an open voting and
the Punisher!
will be allowed to use the methods of their choice to restore general activeness and respectful behavior in the GA. The mandate of
the Punisher
will end as soon as the council meeting in Belgrade ends. So, what will happen if it's rejected? Which I hope will not happen. People will continue sleeping during GA. Nobody will listen to the presenters. Nobody will understand what they are voting for. Probably also the newbies here, they are new here. And yeah, it might be an end of an era, as you can see, that we started in Seville. So, therefore, I also want to ask the former
the Punisher!
Briefly, in 1 or 2 sentences, to say what he, just very briefly to not waste time, what he said, the Punisher,
the Punisher
is all about.
Okay, it was a life-changing experience. I want to thank everybody, thank the network, thank each and every one of you for your support, for your nice work.
I can give you another.
We know we can organize a council meeting in less. Let's hear the technical just a moment. Can somebody give a microphone to David?
Hi, I'm David, LXIV. So, you were the Punisher, but I didn't hear you say you were the Punisher, so you have to say it. That's my technical.
Okay, so during the last council meeting in Seville, I was
the Punisher!
So yeah, as I said, I wanted to thank each and every one of you for your support, for your nice work, but now I'm looking for my successor.
And actually, there was him with a mask in Seville. He was always taking attention like the grannies in the windows. So beware, beware, beware. And last time, Eric.
The Punisher!
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And they've been kind enough not to ask for an actual motion, but just asking to have this. And wait a moment. Yes.
Yes, it worked.
How do you want to proceed? Should we just vote if they want to have it? Yes. Okay. Then people, please ready your voting sheets. Green to have the Punisher, and red not to have the Punisher, and yellow for being very confused about it. Okay, raise them tall. Raise them tall. Raise them tall. Voting committee, what do you think? It is accepted. It's not over. Is there someone that would like to be the Punisher? Is there someone?
Just to make sure, delegates cannot be
the Punisher!
So, and I think people in the back will not be
the Punisher!
So, I really want to see people in the middle raising up. I would take the position, but I cannot since I'm a delegate. So, please stand up if you want to.
We have a technical in the back.
May we nominate candidates?
Sure. Okay, so first of all, is there someone that is willing to be the Punisher first? Yes, who? Who? What? Okay, that looks like a no. That looks like a no, so please continue.
So I would like to nominate Fish from Eindhoven.
Yeah, after all, free will is overrated. Fish, what do you say? Come on! Can somebody give a microphone to Mr. Fish without throwing it, Eric? Thank you. What do you think? Sounds great to me. I guess it's what, sorry?
I guess it's fine.
I guess it's fine. Woohoo! Okay. Are there any other applicants for it? Okay. So, do you want to be as well? Yes. Yes? It was a yes. Okay, then let's do it like this. Do we need two or do we want one? Well, I mean, we have a technical from the back. Let's speed it up, people. Let's speed it up. Somebody gives a microphone to the very tall guy in the back. The only one that can deal with the back end of his team.
Yeah. Lucas Fischer, LG Ilmenau. Does the motion even allow for more than one Punisher?
Aha, well, it's not a motion, so freedom. But what do you would like, Lucas?
I don't really care.
Nice. Then let's go.
I just wanted it for clarification.
Okay, then ready your voting sheets. Now I'm gonna ask you some quick votings. Ready your voting sheets. Is that another one? That's getting out of hand. Okay, then I'll take the freedom to pick something here. We'll have only one, and we will vote among the three of them, so can I ask the three of you to come to the stage? We're going to have one Punisher, but we're going to have all of them here, and we're going to vote on who's going to be the Punisher. Alright people, let's do it like this. Microphone here states your name and why you should be the candidate. Very quickly, couple of sentences each. There, first.
Okay, I'm Zeynep from Istanbul Yıldız. I want to be the Punisher because I guess my region wants it.
It sounded like, yes.
Hello, I'm Remco, Eindhoven. I don't want to be the Punisher.
That's a bit late, mate.
Yeah, that's it.
Hello, I'm Hugo from Local Group Madrid. The only reason I want to be the Punisher is for people not to get punished. So everyone who wanted to vote as red, vote for me. Unless for the applications, of course. Whoever is asleep during the applications, I will just fuck them.
I saw some people were happy, some were not. Then you deal with it. So now, ready your voting sheets. We will do like this. Green for Zeynep, yellow for Fish, and you can and red for Hugo. Did you got it? Green, yellow, red, vote, vote, vote. Voting committee, please help me out. Raise them up, raise them up. Why are you voting two different ones? Yes, I can't, fair.
Guys, we found two papers. One paper for delegates. I have brought you also.
Voting committee, what do you say? They are actually counting, yes. This has probably been the hardest decision to take in Esteem for years.
Only the green ones. Down. And the down. Only the
Green one downs, everyone else up.
fish, fish, fish, fish.
Take both of them. Both of them. It's a tie. It's red. It's yellow.
So who is it? Hugo? Are you the new Punisher? Okay, you will have a lot of work to do after lunch. Okay? And take pictures.
Yes, yes, of course I accept the ball.
So we have it. Okay. And now we will have to speed things up because guess what? We're late. So I open agenda point 26. Proposal for changes in the membership regulations, and I ask Dasha to enter the stage.
Okay, people, I hope that you're now really energized, so pay attention to the presentation because it's something really important and what we're going to vote upon later. Okay. We have several proposals for changes in membership regulations. Several proposals are going to be presented by me, and later the proposals regarding changes concerning events going to be presented by Helene later. So let me start. The first proposal is to make several changes in Article 4.4. Here you can see the current membership regulations article that's regarding warnings. So it explains how does it work in this team when local group receive a warning. Also, what does it mean if local group receive 3 consecutive warnings, and then how those warnings should be received by local groups. I will give you some time to read the slides. Okay, I think that's okay. So let's proceed. What was the problem? In the last few years, as you may know, most of the requirements were overruled for the council meetings. So this year, by working and preparing for the council meetings, we realized that the handover from MC to MC leader was done like differently. And then this year, we had a situation when what is written in MRS was misinterpreted, so we were able to fix the situation, count everything, and send the warnings in the correct way. But to avoid the situation in the future, I propose a change in membership regulations, which would be basically for the first part of the article, adding instead of one written warning, what will mean that doesn't matter how many requirements were not fulfilled. The only one warning can be received by local group per council meeting. So it's not changing anything, but changing the phrasing in order to clarify it. Then the second part of the proposal would be to fix the how it's structured. So in all of the documents for membership regulations, we have. When the numbers are written, those are specified in brackets. Here it's not the way that it is, so I just would like to add it to keep the same structure. And the last but not the least, to change these parts of the part of this article from the council meetings to general assemblies. Let me explain a bit why do you propose to do so. General assembly is described in our statutes, so we have all of the deadlines counted for the General Assembly. So, for example, when I have to send the agenda, it says I need to send agenda to the network 28 days before the General Assembly, not the council meeting, as council meeting is only the event which is facilitating the General Assembly. Okay, that was the first proposal. We're going to have questions in the end. So then, the second proposal would be also concerning the phrasing part. Article 3.2. We have the article which explains the requirements which observers need to fulfill. I think that most of you are quite familiar with this one, so those are listed there. What's going to be proposed for a change? The problem remains the same. The phrasing part is not correct in Article 3.2. It says that observers needs to have at least one representative present at least every second council meeting, as observer group appoints a delegation of the and so on. And in the current membership regulations and internal regulations, as well as in statutes, all of the legal deadlines we have to fulfill And in the current membership and internal regulations, all of the legal deadlines we have obliged us to fulfill our duties at least certain amount of days before opening the General Assembly, as the General Assembly is defined in the Articles 10 to 14 of the statutes. So here I propose to change the phrasing of this part, and if you can move the Zoom part so everyone can see. Yeah, thank you. And this part from the council meeting to the General Assembly. Okay, and the similar proposal goes for the article. Okay, and this quite the same proposal goes for the article about members 4.2, where I also propose to change the council meeting phrasing to the General Assembly. Okay, now I'll be glad to reply to all of the questions you may have.
Time for some questions. Anyone? Okay, microphone to Francisca, please. Is that a technical happen? Then somebody kind of give a microphone to happen.
Ahmet Kaplan, Istanbul Boğaziçi. Is it possible to read the changes on our own page? Like, is the document shared in any place?
The document is not shared. Oh, it's actually shared on Elio, but we probably can send now this presentation also to the announcement group, no, to the casual chapter announcement group. Can I ask Helene to do so? To share the presentation?
Okay, thank you.
So all of those documents are going to the chat of the CM?
Yes,
okay.
yes. Just to clarify, we published on Elio the proposals, but like final phrasing and the most latest updates and everything you can find here in the presentation, and we're going to share it as soon as we can with everyone.
Okay. Then Francisca has a technical, and then I suppose a question.
Yes, exactly. I think it is shared in his CM page.
There is also there, yes. There is a...
that was it, the technical. Now the question. So we saw that there are actually more than the 5 requirements that were presented before. So my question is, are these requirements being monitored? And if yes, how? And if no, why not? Thank you.
Okay, so yes, there are more requirements which our observers and member groups should fulfill to be the part of a team. And with MC, we actually keep track of the requirements we present during the General Assembly. The rest should be checked, but now it's, as we know, it does not really work the way it is, because it's actually quite complicated. It would be for members committee to check all of the requirements every council meeting. So we are aware of the problem which we have, but some more work needs to be done there to find a way of how we can actually check all of those requirements
and should they be checked every year, or can there be another system to do so? But those requirements which we don't check should be fulfilled all the time, at any moment.
Thank you. And then a question for Chris in the back.
Chris, local group Gdańsk. Maybe so it's easier for the delegates to, because they are going to vote for it later. Could you rephrase once again what is going to like practically change, and what is like in one sentence the reason to change from council meeting to general assemblies? So I have it like in one sentence and easy to grasp.
Practically, that's not going to change anything, because the first proposal just clarifying some parts just to avoid misinterpretation. The second and the third proposal is just changing the phrasing. So council meeting is the event which is facilitating General Assembly. And all of the legal deadlines we have and how it's General Assembly is described in statute, like the legal document of the team which we're using. So practically that doesn't change anything. The only part which is different, if we need to send warnings, for example, 28 days before the council meeting, we start counting like one day earlier, because usually how it works, we arrive to the council meeting and only this next day we start the General Assembly.
Thank you. Any other questions? I take it as a no. Thank you very much, Dasha. I suppose now we have a second presentation. Then Helene. In the meanwhile, people in the back, please stop talking during presentations.
Yes.
We see you.
Okay, this is the second part of the proposals for the membership regulations. So it will be about events. Okay, the first proposal is about Article 2, the guest groups. And with the current membership regulations, you can see all of the criteria that we have that for guest groups to fulfill to maintain their status. So, okay. Yes. What was the problem? So the problem is that, as you can see here, we have many requirements that says events, and those events are not clear for local groups to understand that what kind of events are whether they're online, whether they're offline, and it's misleads local groups, and it's also opens the door for an interpretation. So, yeah. Proposed changes. The first proposed changes is to adding the offline word to the events that included in the requirements to clarify the situation for the local groups, which is actually also the counting procedure at the moment. So basically we are not changing anything, we are just clarifying for the local groups to understand what kind of events that we are expecting for them to participate or organize. And the second proposal. Second proposal is Article 3, Observer Group. Same thing here, we have all the criteria, requirements for observers groups to fulfill, and it's the same problem. They don't have anything about the events, and it still misleads the local groups and opens the door for interpretation whether they're online or offline events. So same proposal here, adding the word of offline, which is also still the case that we are only counting offline events for those requirements anyways. So it's still clarifying the situation. Yes, and the third proposal. It's about Article 4, member groups. In the current membership regulations, we have, as you can see, member groups shall fulfill the following requirements. It's fulfill at any time criteria observer status as stated in Article 3.2, and additionally organize at least one event in a 1 year period as stated in the event agenda of STEAM. So as you can see, it's still not clear here that events are whether online or offline. So there is no opportunity for local groups who are not able to organize offline events in their countries, or due to some political reasons or due to some other reasons. And it's also not a good thing because it doesn't online events that who are actually, there are many online events that can actually be valuable for our network. So with the proposed changes, we want to make clear that events, supposedly like our aim is to have events offline, as you know, which we are already counting offline. So clarifying that events are for requirements are held to be offline. And we also want to open the door for the online events by saying that online events may be counted for requirements with a valid reason provided by the member group. The board shall assess the recognition and validation of online events on an individual basis both before and after the event and shall present in the upcoming council meeting. With this proposal, we are open the door for local groups to organize valuable online events, for them to stay active in our network and provide more opportunities for our members. So, yes. And as you might realize, we have the different proposals on same articles. I also wanted to give the overview to you. So, as on the 3.2, as I just presented, zoom. As I just presented, we are only, like I propose, my proposal is only adding the word offline for the 3.2. And yes, it's working, yes. As Dasha proposed, adding the word general, changing the council meeting to general assembly is here. And if one of them gets accepted, this will be the cases. And if both of them gets accepted, this will be the, no, yes. This will be the case that we will be adding the offline words here before the event and then changing the council meeting to general assembly. And as the proposed changes for the 4.2, I propose to change the events organized for requirements are held to be offline and online, adding the online event opportunity. And Dasha just proposed to change the council meeting to general assembly. And if both of them get accepted, this will be the new membership regulations article for the 4.2. So that was it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a question. We start with Max, then the delegates from here, and then technical. Whom? Where? Okay, Elif, technical. Oh, both technicals. Sure.
Hello, Elif Akyıldırım, İstanbul IT and Yıldız. Can you please just summarize what you would like to propose to the council once again, but in short sentences,
yes.
Because you repeated a lot of times,
okay.
So I think it is not clear for the
okay.
audience.
So basically, as I just showed you, in the membership regulations, we have many requirements which is concerns of the events, and we don't it doesn't specify that whether it's online and offline events. But right now, with the current counting processes, we are only counting offline events. And by adding the offline words to the before the events, we'll clarify the situation for the local groups. And then the second thing is that we are opening the door by adding the online events can be organized to the to Article 4.2 to give the local groups the opportunity to organize online events due to their not being able to organize online events and provide more valuable offers to our network.
Okay, Max, other technical?
Yes, Max from Eindhoven. Sorry for being so late with this, because it's already mentioned in the previous presentation. I'm not sure if it's legally possible to have the first proposal, which means changing the council meeting to, can you put it on the screen please?
From the first presentation or the second?
The last one is also fine. When you change council meeting to general assembly with counting the votes 28 days before. Yes, there. The counting and the checking of these requirements shall be done 20 days before every general assembly. If requested by at least 10 members of the team or 10% of the members of the team, the board has to have a general assembly within 4 weeks. So if we accept this, that's not possible, which means it's conflicting with the statutes of its team. By Dutch law, you cannot have IRs conflicting with the statutes of esteem. So if you go to 10.2 of the statutes of esteem, maybe you should check it in the break, then this might not be possible actually.
Okay, any reply from the board to see how to proceed?
Can you please elaborate how is it conflicting?
I will get the statute here, sorry. Article 10.2 of the statutes. Furthermore, the board shall, when requested to do so, in writing by at least 10 members, or when this number is less, such a number of members shall be competent to cast 1/10 of the votes in the General Assembly, be obliged to summon the General Assembly within a period of 4 weeks. If this happens, which is in the statutes, I think it's, no, doesn't matter. If this happens, it means that you have to have a General Assembly in 4 weeks. Then it will almost be impossible to check 28 days before the countings, the requirements. So then you cannot send the, or you have to do it on the same day, but it's really quick. Then you cannot send the warnings at that moment. It's 10.2 of the statutes.
Then that's not in conflicting right now when we have the council meeting phrase like that?
Now it's not conflicting, but it's something that can happen. That's there by law in the statutes. And by Dutch law, it's not possible to have conflicting statutes with IRs.
Just to also to ask a question, I believe that council meeting does not happen without the General Assembly, right?
Well, you can have a General Assembly without a council meeting, because a council meeting is an event hosted, hosting the General Assembly, but you can call for an online General Assembly without it being a council meeting when it's not hosted by a local group.
Yeah.
General Assembly is not the same as a council meeting.
If someone requests an extraordinary General Assembly, he would need to, with this proposal, count the requirements. The general, they can request it 4 weeks before, which doesn't give time for the 28 days counting. So if the problem is in case of an extraordinary General Assembly, for the others it will still be possible to make the counting.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Thanks for the clarification, Joanna. That was really clear.
Okay, so let's do delegates first. We start from here. And then we move this way with delegates.
This is board.
Yeah.
Polina Petrova, local group Kiev. Who will decide?
Sorry, Polina. People, shut up. Let's hear her.
So who will decide? Is it like is a member local group have a valid reason to make an online event? And can you like give us some examples of valid reason?
So firstly, as it stated here, it will be shall assess the recognition and evaluations by the board. And since according to internal regulations, it's the responsibility of the VP of activities included in the management of the event portfolio. So board will do the assessment, and valid reason could be that there is like a war right now, so they're not able to organize events. It can be a valid reason, or any other valid reason that they are not able to organize because there is some problems with the university. Those kind of valid reasons can be, or it can be also something that they have something really valuable to provide to our members, but it cannot be held offline, so they can also provide it via online events, such as a Steam Hunt. Like it was also valuable too.
Thank you very much. We move in that direction still with delegates. And Eileen, if you can just talk a bit slower. Thank you.
Anna Kornilovich, Hilja St. Petersburg. Do we have time for 2 questions?
Let's do one first, and then we'll see if we have more time.
Okay. Are there any ideas of how to support local groups that are holding online events for a few years, and after the period of difficulties is ending, is there any ideas of how to support the local groups to go back to offline events?
So, as for clarification, are you asking if they organize an online event for requirements, how do you support local groups to switch to offline?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. With the events quality, we are already supporting local groups that who needs the most to do transition to offline events.
Sorry, Eileen, a bit slower still.
And I believe with the events quality task here.
Slower, not softer. Just slower.
we can analyze the local groups that were organizing online events on. Even forget my answer. Okay, I did it, of course. Yeah, with the events quality task group, we can analyze the local groups that were organizing online events. Who are organizing online events and provide the needed support to those local groups.
Thank you very much. And I don't think we will manage to take all of the questions of the people that are standing, so sorry in advance. David?
And also people, for the, some possible questions that you might have, we also shared the document with that possible questions on Helium. So it's also the proposals also is there. I will share this presentation after the question time, but you can also check possible questions that we have, and you can use the Pigeonhole afterwards.
Hi, I'm David, LXIV. I have one question because in the recognition and validation of online events, would you 30-second board...
Can you speak a bit louder, David?
Sorry. Will you 30-second board make those validation, or are each board going to have to change and revise those validation? Like, how in time will you set up those validation, basically?
So you mean that if this gets accepted, do we start doing it?
Yeah, basically.
Yes, if the proposal gets accepted right now, of course we will start implementing them.
Okay, thank you. And also, it will, like, the next board have to change it again, or it will just use yours?
No, they don't need to change it again. We are not proposing something for our board. We are proposing something to change in the membership regulations. So next board, all of the boards needs to follow.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Microphone to Masha in the front.
Hi, Maria Kansche, LG Darmstadt. If the change get accepted, how will you change hybrid events since they have online and offline parts?
Are you asking about in terms of organizing events or participant sites?
Not quite sure. I mean, in the proposal, you want to change to specifically to offline and online events, but there's no hybrid.
I can explain. Yes, I can explain. So since hybrid events are technically offline events with online participants, and we will be counting hybrid events, which we are already counting those hybrid events that happened in the previous year for the membership regulations. So we will be counting them for organizing events as offline. Thank you.
Okay, unfortunately we have no more time for questions, but I understand it can be necessary for more people to ask for clarifications. So please use Pigeonhole, and for the presenter, please really make an effort to answer to those very early and way before the voting that is going to be when is.
Giuseppe, I have 2 more presentations.
Yeah, that's another problem. But first, yeah, I got it. When is going to be the voting about this? Okay. Technical?
Technical regard, Elif Nur Akyıldırım, İslamlaytı and Yıldız. Technically regarding what is written in there, the board shall assess the recognition and validation that you said. It is without any evaluation method. The board cannot do it, and the council should be the one who should do it. So I think this voting in generally should be you can maybe do it in the next day. Otherwise, we are going to raise a motion if you prefer. But we can also propose some stuff to board way before. After the session, maybe we can talk about it, because there are a lot of points that you would like to change, and you shared everything last minute before the council meeting, like it was 1 week before the council meeting, and this is not acceptable. Thank you.
Yeah. Any answer from the board?
Okay.
Okay, thank you for sharing this with us. We can postpone the voting session then. For example, for tomorrow, have it tomorrow during the lunch break.
Yeah, and as an additional clarification, most of the changes are here to make the membership regulations clear. It's not technically changing any implementation of the...
We have another technical, I think she was speaking about a different point. Microphone to Elif.
Sorry, it was 2.
Giuseppe, I am sorry, but yeah, I was just going to say, like, yes, of course, you would like to make it better for the local groups, but you didn't have feedback as far as I saw. Like, there is no result from the local responsibles that we gathered as feedback, and this regulation change is going to affect whole network in the future, and if we are going to do it right now, without any preparation for the analysis of it, then next generations needs to change it again. That's my point. So we need more time for this.
Okay. So is it decided that the voting will be postponed? Yeah, got thumbs up. So we're not going to vote about it today. All right, so thank you very much. And still make use of Pigeonhole even more. And until this evening, will it be possible to receive answers about it so people can start discussing about it? Yes. Use Pigeonhole. All right, thank you very much. So I'll close agenda point 26, proposal for changes in the membership regulation. And I open agenda point 27, membership process, and I call Esin to the stage.
Okay, hello everyone. This presentation will be about a general update about the current membership process and updates on the local group status we have at the moment for guests and observers. So I will briefly start with explaining how it works in STEAM at the moment. So now, as you also just saw from Dasha's presentation and the membership regulations, we have 3 different steps in STEAM to become a full member. And our first first status is for guest groups, then where you can apply to become an observer, and then when you are prepared to become a sustainable member in our network, the last step is to become a full member of STEAM. And just to give you a brief overview of what we expect from guest groups we have at the moment. So according to our internal regulations, we have guest groups has the right to participate in STEAM events like every other local group. They can have representatives, so delegates in council meetings, and they can also request to become an observer once they fulfilled all the requirements that are mentioned in the status. For restrictions, what guest groups cannot do at the moment, unlike different than normal members we have, students from guest groups cannot be elected unless, of course, there can also always be an overrulement for it. They can only organize events when they become legal entities. At the moment, they do not have rights to vote in general assemblies. That is also different from full members. So here you can also see the requirements to become an observer when you are a guest group. So it's quite similar to the membership requirements we have at the moment. The only difference is that it's not 5, but 3, having 3 different students traveling and participating in events, and also having at least attended 5 events, including council meeting, in the periods that they were guest group. And the other ones are exactly the same with the ones we have for members. And a guest group can stay in the guest status for a maximum of 4 council meetings, so they have 2 years of time to apply to become an observer local group. Just to give you an overview of what we actually expect from guest groups, they're invited to our network to see if they're aligned with STEAM, how everything is for them, to understand what we can offer for them, to see what they can offer to our network, if our expectations are matching to each other, and it's like the learning stage of how STEAM works as a network and how they can contribute as a local group to our organization. And at the moment we have 3 guest groups, as you already probably heard in the quorum, and our first guest group is local group Rijeka. They joined as a guest group in Council Meeting Seville. Tina is not here at the moment, but she will arrive later today. But so far what they did, to update you, they didn't organize any events yet. They will have the trainers on visit in late May. So far they had 5 travels in total with 3 different members. The legal documentation is now completed they were in collaboration with their university to finish it. So in terms of legal entities, they are a full legal association at the moment. And the overall state was that they had quite difficulties to form the boards, but they still manage it at the moment. And since they're a very, very new member, the biggest focus point for them is to now recruit new members and find some people who can help them to make the local group even bigger. And they have good connection with their university. They are quite supportive, both in financial and non-financial way.
Yasin, can I ask you to wrap up?
Oh, okay. So for local group Cartagena, they also joined us in Seville. They've been doing amazing so far. They organized 2 events, the Spanish Motivational Weekend, and they will have the exchange with Sofia after the council meeting. They had 16 travels and with 11 different members, and they're also a legal association at the moment. And we have a new local group. It's local group Niche. They are brand new to our network. They resigned in 2018 actually, so they are rejoining as team now. Like what happened in the past was that they just had the department established, so they didn't really have enough students in the industrial engineering department. So yes, consequently they also didn't have many members in ST. But now like the department has grown quite far, and now they also have the support from the university, since the first founder is also a member of the faculty at the moment. And they are now, after this we'll also hear their presentation. Okay. And just, okay. Also for observer groups, I will go super quickly, but we have the same rights for them as well with guest groups, and as restrictions, they cannot be elected, and with projects they should finish it in their status period, and they don't have the right to vote. However, it's the same as you just also saw, like to become members, it's exactly the same with our current local group requirements. And like with observers, we are focusing on with them how they think strategically for the future and how they can make action plans to grow even more. And we also expect them to organize events and actively participate in this point. And you just saw that we had one observer group. It was LG Piraeus, and they organized 2 events, the CDDcom, and they had the exchange with Trondheim. They had 29 travels with 18 different members. They completed their legal documentation, and the overall motivation is quite good. And as you just saw, they have 74 members, which are 25 of them are locally active, and they have 3 central SMP members. One is also a leader, Maria, who you just saw presenting.
Yasin, do you have any point you have to make? Because I really have to move on.
Yes, they will. What happens if you will vote yes or no for LG Piraeus? If you say yes, they will stay members, they will become members in our network. If you say no, we will have another voting point to make their observership status longer for 2 more CMs. And if that's also rejected, then they will be proposed to leave. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Yeah. The Punisher in the back. Speaking of which, activate yourself. We need your help.
Alright, so I wanted to ask about
name and surname and local group.
Hugo Bueno, local group Madrid. I wanted to ask about local groups presenting themselves to observer local groups. I wanted to ask about local groups presenting themselves to observership applications. So the thing is, what do you? I understand that some local groups, like Rijeka or Cartagena, that applied in CM Seville for guest local groups are now not applying for observer local groups. So like, I understand there's a matter of stability, but like, what do you think it's needed for a local group to apply for observership if it's only 6 months afterwards, if they don't have to wait for a year?
So usually, like the like recommended time is like 1 or 1.5 years to actually go to the next status, because we need to have like the local group needs to have enough time to actually show that they will be sustainable members. And usually 5 or 6 months, it's not really enough to see it. So if they will have continuation in the net, like for to become members in our network, if they will find successor, if they will be a new generation that will take over. So observe these criteria usually, yeah, after 1 year at least, it's it's usually better to see them in the next status. Besides the criteria, we have to actually see if they can be sustainable, in the future as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Are there any other questions? No. Okay. Then thank you very much, Esin. And now we'll ask Nish to the stage for a short presentation.
Well, hello everyone. For the start, I hope that you're not sleeping, because we have this short presentation about our faculty and our application for this organization. And I hope that you can give us 5 minutes for this. And now my colleague will start.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Angela Radivojevic. Good luck pronouncing that. This is my colleague Sofia Stamaev. And then we have like nice pictures where we are not sleep deprived. And we will go through the agenda this way. You can go again. This is us. And firstly, we will talk about us a little bit so we can get to know each other. Firstly, me. My name is Angela, as you already said. You can go. I'm 21 years old. I'm currently the second year faculty of mechanical engineering. The department is engineering management. Our ambitions are creative, and I'm currently a student parliament member. And I'm a local responsible at Niš.
As we are talking about me, my name is Sofia, as you already heard. I'm 20 years old. I'm at my second year at Faculty of Mechanical Engineering at Engineering Management. I'm really enthusiastic and communicative, as some of you had a chance to see. And I'm always dedicated and hardworking. And I'm the president of our local group in Niš. As for our university, well, our university is the youngest one in Serbia. Everything began on June 15, 1965, when the history of our University of Niš started. As I already said, we are the youngest university in Serbia, and the university was founded on the date I already said. Since then, the University of Niš had been writing a new page of its history as a university city, and we also have like a very, very rich nightlife experience there, especially for the students. As for our faculty, you can see the logo of our faculty on the right side. We have departments, mechanical engineering and engineering management. The both of us are at engineering management. And as for the studies, we have undergraduate academic studies, master academic studies, and doctoral academic studies. And about our local group and logo, well, actually our designer team did a logo, and we have a logo right now. But if you are interested in that, I will ask you to approach us later, and we will show our logo to you. And now my colleague will continue.
Okay, as we already said, we are quite new. We were joined and we heard about this team like a week or 2 weeks ago, and it wanted to be quick, and we are really happy that we are here. What happened is that our professor was the founder actually, and she was like talking to us about the program, about everything, and we kind of like it. So we were like, sure, let's just do a little research, and sure, why not? And it's like we're real lucky that this is happening in Belgrade, so we actually can come here. And we also have full support from our faculty and dean from the staff. The thing that's actually really interesting, it's fine, is that, as she said, we already have the logo, but when we were preparing the presentation, we were niche, and like we're here, and our designer team is currently working, so we are really dedicated for this, so, you know, we will see. Okay, let's talk about the board. We currently have like 5 members of the board. Only 2 positions are fixed, which is locally responsible, which is me, and Sophie, which is the president. The rest are not like fixed completely, they're just like a draft, something that we will think about and work on in a couple of weeks. This is Nikola, Tiana, and Milt. Also, we will go through the plans for the future. Our first plan is finishing the state office documentation because people still legally don't exist, but we will. As for the recruitment and team building, we are planning on recruitment and team building also when we recruit people. And we will do team building workshops with our new members. And we will organize our first event in October.
And we are currently already working on our marketing strategies for the future. As for motivation, providing our fellow students with the possibility to become a part of the STEAM community, well, we will definitely try really hard to just get everyone to know what the STEAM is about, and it is really interesting, and I think that we will really have a lot of members there. Being part of STEAM is a great opportunity to achieve some personal goals and to successfully grow out of comfort zone. All of us are really hardworking, communicative, dedicated, loyal, and we have a strong will to work. Every single one of us can contribute to this organization with our skills because we have like good professors and classes and everything, so I think that our contribution can be really, really meaningful to this organization. And I only can say thank you for your attention, and I hope to see you all in Niš. So, idemo Niš!
Thank you very much. Thank you, Niš. If you have questions, please approach them directly. Thank you very much. You can take your place. Thank you very much. Okay, and now I close agenda point 27, membership process. And I open agenda point 28, local group KPIs, and I ask Doha to join the stage.
Sorry. Hi, I'm so sorry about my voice, I lost it. I'm going to make it quick because I think he wants to do it pretty fast. So today we're going to talk about the KPI dashboard and the timeline change. Recently I shared a post on Ilium, maybe you've checked it out. So what are KPIs, key performance indicators? If there are some LRs among you, you probably heard about it. Our board member...
Sorry to interrupt you. People, shut up. She's speaking. How difficult it is to understand.
Yeah.
Thank you.
If there are LRs among you, maybe you've seen the long 68 question type of thing form. So we send that to the local groups twice a year, every 6 months. And we collect the accurate data from the local groups to evaluate the situation of their activeness. Recently we've shortened the form, and I'm going to talk about it more. Now it's 67 questions with 11 different categories that you can see. Okay, so how do we use the KPI forms? Our main goal, as I said, is to analyze the LG situation and provide support if needed. What we do is that we go through those KPIs, go through those answers that you give us, and decide if you need help or not. And we, as I said, we've changed some things. So before the changes we made, the KPIs were sent in August and February, but in members forum in Istanbul Yıldız, RCs, MC, and us and the board got together, and we got a lot of feedback that August and February was like really close to the mandate changes of both the central positions and most of the LRs. So people were not experienced enough to be able to answer those questions. And February was also the mandate change to really close to the mandate change of most of the Nordic local groups, I think. So we decided to change it to November and May. So it will be sent right after this CM, and you will have almost 2 weeks to fill the form. And as you've seen about the warnings and like requirements, it is mandatory to fill the required answer the required emails, and KPIs are one of them. So if you don't fill the KPI forms, your LG will receive a warning. And as I said before, there were 86 questions, but which was really long. But with the dashboard that I'm going to explain in a little bit, we have shortened the questions to 67. And we did the analyzation manually by reading like almost 90 questions from 75 different local groups. But now, with the help of AC, we implemented the KPI dashboard, which really helps us to analyze the situation automatically. And it looks like this. We have different categories, but I'll show you in a little bit. So this is like an example of it. We don't mind the Turkish words. It shows you like the language of your computer. We compared like old February KPIs to the other year's February KPIs to take into the seasonality. So let's say you don't do recruitment during the year, you only do it in September. We compare the September KPIs to make sure that we get the right data.
Okay. Can I ask you to wrap up?
Okay, I'm just going to do that real quickly. Okay, so the dashboard will be used by LGSS, MC, AC, RCs, and the board. It will be confidential because we have some sensitive questions in it. And each regional coordinator will have their own account to reach out to it, and they will be seeing their own region only. And as I said, there's like a May to May comparison. And the dashboard extracts data from the other dashboards we have. So that's why we could shorten the questions and eliminate some of them. And the dashboard will be managed by LGSS and AC. AC will take care of the technicalities, and LGSS will be responsible for updating it. And thank you to everyone in the team and Kaan Emre for creating the dashboard, and our lovely Beyonce and my team. And Esin. And
thank you very much. Thank you. We have time for a couple of questions. Let's take just two. Does anyone have any question? Yeah, let's take one from Francisca.
Francisca Trigal, LG Porto. Why don't you have any plans to make this dashboard also visible for LRs, not for all the local groups, but like for their local groups? Because in my opinion, it can be useful for LRs to understand the progress and compare how their mandate is going compared to the previous ones.
We actually thought about it, and I also received that feedback like recently. It would be great, but I don't think it's really feasible for AC site to create an account for every LR individually. Maybe in the future, when the KPI dashboard is like really set in stone and really automated, maybe we can do that. But I'm not really sure if they are able to do it now.
Thank you very much.
Can I have another question?
Let's first have a short comment from Helene. A very short comment, then we take the question from David, and then we see if we have them left.
For the Tableau site, I think like right now we were also checking the possibilities with ITC with the signal sign-up if the people
Helene, sorry, I've been asked to ask you again to slow down.
Okay.
Just to slow down, but...
Sorry. So from the AC Tableau side, we were already discussing the possibilities with ITC about single, like having accounts in Tableau as when you're a single sign-on. So if we can manage that, maybe we can also provide that opportunity to the local responsibles to have that access to their dashboards.
That'd be amazing.
Thank you. Question from David first, and then if we have time, we'll go to Francisca. Unfortunately, we have no time for other questions. 20 seconds.
Okay, and David, Giselle, technicality to IC, isn't with the Tableau doc analysis you can have access to everything? Can?
Sorry, can you discuss this privately later to help each other?
Because she asked if LRs can have access, so if that's may have access, that means everybody can have access to the whole dashboard.
Like if LRs can have the Tableau account by their own, we want to make it like personally to their own LG. So that's why it's kind of hard to implement. So not to give access to everything.
Yeah, but I mean, everybody has access to every dashboard. That's the technicality that I'm asking. It's important.
Sorry.
Let's have just this short two, and then we unfortunately will have to close the point.
Kanem Çavdar from Istanbul Yıldız. Unfortunately, we have limited account. We have maximum 100 accounts in Tableau as part of our deal. So that's why we cannot open every LR for their own accounts. We only have like 30 or 35, so we have to, we cannot open them here.
Thank you very much. Thank you all as well. Okay, so I close agenda point 28, local group KPIs. And I open agenda point 29, activity report, and I ask Helene to join the stage.
Okay.
Okay. Plot twist. I open agenda point 30, COVID regulation. Still Helene on the stage, and we will do the presentation about activity report after that.
Okay, so COVID regulations for STEAM offline events. So STEAM's roles in event organization is that promoting and facilitating events organized by local groups during COVID-19, while the network can ensure the safety of every STEAmer. Each local group is responsible for any expenses and measurements that they are taking for their local group, events. And also travelers are responsible for their own taking care of on their stuff. Okay, so after the CM Seville, we started analyzing the COVID regulations that we had, and after constant evolution of COVID regulations and changing them multiple times while adapting to COVID regulations, while adapting to the current situation of the world. We changed the COVID regulations many times, and there are many alien posts that you can find out. And yeah. Oops. So currently, STEAM doesn't require any kind of regulations to be able to organize or attend the events, as long as the events are compliant with the regulations of the countries, organizers, local groups, countries. So it is local group's decision to have any additional measurements or precautions for their events, and it's participants' decision to travel or apply to those events with those measurements. That was it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we have time for some questions about it. Does anyone have a question? I take it as a no.
Yes.
Very
No
much. Do we
regulation,
have
no question.
no?
No regulation, no question.
No question indeed. Do we have the other presentation for the previous point? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Then I close agenda point 30, COVID regulations. I leave agenda point 29, activity report, open for later, and in the meanwhile I open agenda point 31, voting procedure, and I ask the voting committee to join on stage. Yeah, and Celine is gonna do a small clarification first.
Yeah, previously we said voting session is going to be in the other days, but then we decided to have the voting session for local groups, Bucharest and Piraeus today. So their situation with the membership can change, so they will be able to vote or not vote in the last voting session.
So we're going to vote.
Yeah, I think I don't have to say so much. I think we're going to again vote in the lunch break, so you're going to get emails again. Like I said, if you didn't get emails yesterday, approach us, and because it's really important, the decision. And yeah, also it requires 2/3 for your information because of the approval of membership or exclusion of membership. So have this in mind that it will require 2/3 of the votes. And yeah, if questions, we'll always be around here.
Can somebody give a microphone to Francisca? Standing there right in the middle. Yes.
Francisca Trigueiros, LG Porto. So if we vote tomorrow, and the last voting session is on Sunday, if I'm not mistaken, they will still be able to vote on Sunday. So I don't understand why don't we vote at everything tomorrow?
I think we're not going to vote tomorrow. Are we going to vote tomorrow? I thought we will do everything tomorrow.
Can the board clarify?
For MR change proposals and IR changes, we wanted to put them to the last day, so we can ensure that we will have enough time for the discussions and the concerns of the council, and only local groups can stay in today.
Okay, so we are not voting on anything tomorrow?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? I also take that as a no. Thank you very much, voting committee. And I close agenda point 31, voting procedure. What could possibly go wrong?
What?
Gonna need a bit of patience.
It didn't work. So, how long is the longest LAN cable that we have?
We don't have another.
Yeah, no. Really long, 10-20 meters. So, and maybe a switch and 2 or 3 or 5 LAN cables. Oh, I hate it. You see the connector. Why it's so fucking slow? So here it's so fast and working really good.
Can we have an organizer on stage? To the president, please. One organizer. Okay. Thank you, Nicola. Okay, people, so we have now the presentation for activity report. It's agenda point 29, which was open previously. Helene, you can come back to the stage. Welcome back. It's been a pleasure.
Okay, thank you. Long time
Thank you very much. Let's try to respect the time and to even save some minutes if we manage.
Yes, yes, I will talk this. So, guys, hello, me again. I will be presenting the activity report for the council meeting Belgrade now, and I will try my best. So, okay, agenda of the presentation. I will be doing the activity report, overview of the 2 years, 21 and 22, and then I will also talk about the main conclusions of 2 years. So, activity report. What's activity report? So, it's the interactive analysis of the interactive dashboards that shows STM's activities that happened in the previous times compared to the previous years. And this is a standardized activity report that every VP of activities is doing with the same dashboards and adding to the new information, new data. And the timeline, for these presentations, I will represent the timeline from 2016 to 2022. Yes, okay, and I will also talk about the direction that STM activities are going. So, events. Yes. So here you can see the number of events. These are the events that total events that we have in STM. We had in STM, and it's offline. And I will be talking about in details now. Okay. So from Seville to Belgrade in numbers, we had 26 online events with 493 participants. We had 60 offline events with 925 participants. We had 5 hybrid events with 19 online and 29 offline participants. So let's look at it year by year. So in the year of 2021, time span January to December, so whole calendar year, we had 97 online events organized with 2,362 participants. We had 23 offline events organized with 479 participants. And we had 4 hybrid events organized with 11 online and 31 offline events. And now we will be talking about this year. So this is the time span, generally, this is for the 22, year of the year 22. So I will be talking about the time span January and May, between January and May. So 27 events online events organized this past month with 545 participants. We had 52 offline events organized with 1,023 participants, and we had 5 hybrid events with 19 online and 29 offline participants. So here you can see the event portfolio for the 2022. as you can see here, we had a huge amount of central events organized for the in these years since starting from the January, and since exchanges and we had also many exchange events. So when we checked by departments, so as you can see here, we had a significant increase on the intercultural development department due to increase of the exchanges and also activity weeks. So when you look at the services, we have still central events are quite much, and then we have exchanges also quite much, and the rest is more or less more balanced. And when you look at the travels, travels by month. Travels are increased, as you can see here, when you compare it with this is the 2022, and when you compare it to previous years, this year we have a very increased travels. When you look at the attendance by local groups, so it's both online and offline activities, participants are included, and many local groups are in the middle size. We have some local groups who are having more travel attendance, but the rest is more or less equal. Okay, cancellations and not show up.
Sorry to interrupt. People, let's stop chattering. It's almost done. We're almost going to eat. It's okay. Resist a bit more, please.
And it's activities, yeah? And with the cancellation and not show-ups, it's getting better with the not show-ups. But as you can see, we have a huge increase on the cancellations after deadline, and it's also the result of the cancellation of some events due to lack of participations and cancellations. So as main conclusions, starting to offline events decreased the interest to online events, both for organizing and attending. And most of the events are held offline, as I just showed you. Most of the events that we saw was held offline. And many cancellations from the participants, which, as I told you, that we already needed to delete many events, cancel many events due to lack of participations or due to many cancellations after deadlines. So, and we will be focusing on the upcoming events to solve these problems. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Yes. Let's start with the lady in the middle to the back, and then Masha in the front. Can somebody give the microphone? Thank you for the chain of solidarity.
This working?
Yes.
Okay. Louise Battenberg, LGIV. You talked about all of the cancellations. Do you have any ideas, like did you look into why this is happening, and also what do you plan on doing to solve that problem?
Yes, as I mentioned, we had many lately cancellations of the events and participants. So, and also in the previous presentations, I mentioned that we were already started to benchmark with the regional coordinators to see what could be the reasons of the cancellations of lack of the participants, and then we will be focusing on more, because this was the case for only for the past 2 months. So we will be analyzing and trying to solve it for the future.
So you don't have any specific action plans right now?
Right now we are only communicating with the regional coordinators to analyze what could be the reason. Other than that, we will be trying to understand, but there is nothing also to understand what could be the reasoning. So,
can we have the shortest two in history from Serhat?
I don't know. Serhat Gülgen Yasağı, Ercan Karabülken. Is there any, I mean, I think one of the reasons could be that people apply for 2 events at the same time, and when they get accepted by one, very late, and they cancel the other one. At least that's what happened in our case in academic Young. But is there any way for repercussions?
Sorry. Let's keep it to the comment of it, and if you have a question, I'll come back if we have some time.
No, it's the comment of it.
It's what, sorry?
It's the direct.
Okay, just make it very short.
Okay, is there any repercussions for an LG if their applicant, if someone from their LG is canceling after deadline, or should there be, or can there be? That's my question.
Can you repeat? I didn't understand.
Repercussions. Any repercussions for an
Any
LG?
negative effects of the LG?
For the LGs, if there's some motivating, we are postponing to events, but other than that,
No.
Okay. So we don't act on it right now. As I mentioned, this is a very recent situation, and this is also something that we realized recently. It can be due to the reasons that we were always motivating local groups to have closer deadlines to the events to make sure that the events can happen due to COVID. So, but this will change after CM. We will have more set times for the cancellations and application periods, and I think this will help to solve the problem of the canceling events due to lack of participations or cancellations.
We're not sure if you understood the question, so Alex wants to clarify.
Negative repercussion, people canceling after deadline. For the people. And their LG.
Okay, people, seems that there is the need for some clarification. If there is the need for any more, please go to Pigeonhole, and we just have time for the question from the delegate in the front. Sorry, everyone else in the back, we're just very tight on time. Use Pigeonhole as well. Helene, I ask you to check Pigeonhole immediately after that if someone has something there. Thank you. Masha, for the last question.
Maria Pancho, LG Darmstadt. Mine is more of a clarification as well, but have I understand correctly that you don't distinguish between like single people cancelling after deadline and a whole event being cancelled due to not enough participants?
Yeah, with the dashboards currently we only have the data of the people that who are cancelling after deadline that are on in the events that are on the portal. But whenever we delete the event from portal, that data is also gone. So we are keep tracking of the events that is cancelled, but we don't have the data that of the participants of those deleted events.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Helene. That's it. So I'm closing agenda point 29, activity reports for Bubble. And now we have some clarification. Nicolina, something you wanted to add before we go to the break? Yeah, an announcement.
For the presenters for the next days, please send them before we start GA. I need to download everything. As you can see, it takes a lot of time if I don't download them during the GA. So I need them at least early in the morning so that I can do it from the hotel.
Okay, so another thing, people, I love every report, that's just not the moment. Just to remind you that we have no application yet for Times Final and IM Conference. Later we'll try to find some times to have some question time about it. For now, just to remind you and to see with your local group if you have the possibility to host any of those two events. And that being said, I suppose we can go to eat. And we have time until 2, no? 1:55. We're stealing 5 minutes out of you. Is that a very important one? Sounds like a technical. Okay, can somebody give a microphone to the delegate from Seville? In the meanwhile, people, let's keep it low.
Hi, I'm Navigator de Seville.
Silence, please. Sorry. People, we ain't done yet.
Try to be faster with things. When are we going to have our punishment so we can get our flag and stuff back? Because, you know, flags and so on.
We can do after lunch. After lunch, okay, so the Punisher also gets ready. It's time to start doing your duties as well. That's it. Thank you very much. Another small announcement.
Yes, you will receive voting ballots in the lunch break, so don't forget to fill them. And you can always vote in committee if you have a trouble.
Thank you very much. So wait. Sit down. It's okay. We are going through it, don't worry. Open agenda point 32, voting session 2 plus lunch. Enjoy. See you at 1:55.
Hi, yes, so let's go to Northeast region. My name is Mike, I'm Northeast region coordinator, also known as Potato Mama. I'm from local group Braunschweig. Short reminder what Northeast region is. It's northern Germany and Poland. Here are the local groups. And if you want to know more about every local group, you should watch my report on YouTube. For now, it's just 2 local groups I want to tell you about. The first one is local group Hamburg. They had a structure change and also very motivated last time. And I want let me explain the structure change. They have one mother organization called Being Active, and they work with project groups. But as Team and VWI was not a project group, they were an own organization. But now they decided to be also a project group, to work closer together in recruitment, in money, and this works very well. For the achievement, for the activeness, they traveled a lot. They started at the beginning of the year, and this weather traveled, so I think it's pretty fine, pretty good for Hamburg, so good achievement. And also for organizing an event, they had a board meeting, they invited the girls, and also they planned a big event. This should not be shameless promotion, but go there. And they have opened a WhatsApp group, and there are already 20 people in it who are willing to organize this event, so well done, Hamburg.
We will promote it later.
No, it was too fast. Too fast. Yes. The second one I want to talk about is the group Krakow. They had last council meeting just one member, and now they organized region. I want to give them the award for the best regional event. So applause, please. Yes, that was the Krakow team last time in Sevilla. There's the president, but he already graduated and is not in Krakow anymore. And there was one delegate, and that was kind of it. So we were afraid that they were dying. But we look at the situation now, and they grew a very big team. 2 delegates are here, the local responsible and the co-leader. And we also had the delegate from last time in Sevilla. She's president now, and the mother organization's president is also working a lot on S-Team. Yes, and for the RECOM, oh no, this was also too fast. Yes, they organized RECOM in Krakow, and it was a very good event, so we had a good time. I want to show you some pictures. So we had working time, we had a workshop organized. Especially Krakow does a really great job on Instagram, so check it out.
Thank you very much, Micah. Are there any questions for her? Yes? Chris from the back.
Chris, local group Gdańsk. So I saw a lot of stickers saying CM Berlin. Can you confirm the news?
I already prepared a sticker last time in Sevilla to motivate Berlin to have a RECOM fall. But then Kiev applied, and now we can reuse the sticker to motivate Berlin to do it.
So they already had a whole year to prepare, right?
If you ask me, yes. I prepared them 1 year before, yes.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Yes, the delegate in the back.
And where's your potato?
Sorry, can you say name, surname, and local group first?
Karolina, LG Krakow. Where's your potato?
The potato's there at the back. My friends have it, so it's there.
Thank you very much. The delegate here in the front. And I suppose this will be the last question.
Ola Hang, LG Berlin. I just have a question because as we saw that Krakow, they grew and they are quite strong. Nevertheless, the other Polish, or like some of them, they didn't send delegates. They were like, what I heard or what I saw is that they are not that strong as Krakow, for example. Are there any strategies or what you plan to help them to revive, or let's say that they're getting active again?
Yes, good question. We also have the bad side from our region, of course. I think Ole talks about Poznan. They didn't have delegates twice. The strategy is They have a traditional event from the whole region that we gather after exam period at one lake. And the strategy is kind of that Krakow helps them organizing this event again. And so people get motivated because there's an event organized in Poznan with the help of Krakow. And then we hope it will be better again. I don't know if we have time. There's really a structure problem with Poznan, but you can also look at it in my report.
Thank you very much, Michael. I think this was the last question. Thank you very much. And now I will need Danny to come to the stage.
Thank you. Okay guys, I'm Danny from local group Eindhoven and I'm regional coordinator of the Northwest region. I'm going to present you the update about my region. Points? Okay, good. So who are we? Who is Northwest region? It's the region where the beer is best. I think you've heard that song maybe already. It consists of the Netherlands, Belgium, and not Luxembourg, Germany. We're a region where it's very easy to travel to each other, so I also did that in my mandate. I went to Brussels and Delft. It was really cool. And of course, Eindhoven, that's obvious. It's cold, but nice in my region. So the Northwest LGs, it's Aachen, Brussels, Delft, Dortmund, Eindhoven, Groningen, Liège, Paderborn, and Siegen. I'm gonna go into detail for you afterwards. So I have two categories. It's like stable LGs that needs get support, and a rising star for the last. You save the best for last, of course. So the stable LGs, I'm not gonna go that much into detail, but it's at least the LGs that organize events, that do the requirements well, and so thank you guys for cooperating with me. I really appreciate that. Of course, there's also every region has their local groups that need some. For me at the moment, it's Dortmund and Paderborn. First going into Dortmund, it's sometimes a bit hard to get in contact with them, but I really hope that they will support me and I will support them as well to make sure that their local group is doing better in the future. And then we have local group Paderborn. Actually, I'm a bit proud of Paderborn because they were really on a very bad point, but now they're doing better and better, and they're actually in. Okay, there was a suitcase. And they're doing better and better, and I think with the local group support system that they're in right now, they should be become a very much good local group again, like they were years ago. Okay, so now I have the rising star of my region. It's local group Liège. Okay, so why did I choose this local group to be the rising star? First of all, local group Liège is a very new local group. They are not in the network for that long, but still, they're doing great. They organize so many events, and I'm really proud of you guys. So thank you, Liège. Okay, and then we have our new flag. It's over here. I want to say thank you to Fish, my dear friend. He always likes to stand up, so please stand up for a second, Fish. He made this great design, and it's actually Germany, the Netherlands, and Belgium cheering. I think it's amazing. Also, you see our monuments on the back. I really, really love the flag. That was my presentation, guys. Are there any questions?
Thank you very much, Danny. That was very efficient. Is that a question?
Hello? Hello? Eric with Purple. Okay. Eric Victor Tomejashinsky, local group Gothenburg. The Steam logo looks great, but it's not very updated. Will you update the flag as well?
No.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Danny? Yeah, one in the very back.
Ali Hanes is from LG Istanbul Yıldız. I was wondering when did LG got into this team?
So I think they became a member, if I'm right, like at CM Karlsruhe, like a full member, like every other local group basically. I don't know like how much years they were guests for, but I think it's like maybe a 5-year-old local group now. So around that. 6, 5, I don't know. Like
Can you give the microphone back just to repeat name and surname for the secretaries? To him. I think they got it. Thank you very much. Any other questions? Yeah, we have 2 in the back. I appreciate the enthusiasm.
Louise LGIH. LGIH was actually founded in 2015, but just a detail.
okay, yeah, like I'm not up to date on that, sorry.
It's okay, don't worry.
All right, we have time for another question. It will be Kai in the back.
Kai Heine, Berlin. As you are starting now the LGS, like local group support system, project with Paderborn, in which ways are you as RC involved, or will you be involved in the future regarding that?
Okay, can you repeat name, surname, and local group?
Kai Heine, Berlin.
Kai Heine, Berlin. Thank you.
So to answer your question, it's like I'm involved in the way that I kind of like introduce them to the local group. But on the other hand, I don't want to be too much involved at the moment, because I think LGSS, and also like there's one guy from my region as well, it's old President Jovic. I think like they have enough support from the local group support system at the moment. But of course, if they need me, they can always like ask me. But at the moment, I'm just keeping it kind of chill for them.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Danny, as well. This was the last question.
Where the beer is best, Northwest. Where the beer is best. Thanks, guys.
And now for Southwest, Francisco to the stage. Oh, and in general, presenters, remember to sit in the front row when you know you're going to present before the break, and present to that side. Thank you.
Okay, this is the highlight of the Southwest since last year. Yellow Council. Okay guys, let's start from the beginning. So this is me, I'm Francisco from the group Aveiro, and it's in 2019. And this was my favorite event ever. It marked me forever, and I think it got me motivation to become one. This is Southwest and local groups, what really matters. We are from Portugal, Spain and Italy. We are currently 11 with our star Cartagena, the local group for the local group since last year, CM Civil. And I'm going to highlight these 3 local groups, but of course I thank you for all of the others. So, Barcelona, Barcelona started with one person, it was the LR this year. Zuo, amazing guy, very motivated and dedicated. And now he got from 1 to 20 people active. This is it's not everyone, from what I think. It really got someone that is resilient and strong with their own. And now to talk about a bit of the structure in Barcelona, yes, it is just the LR that coordinates the rest of the active people. Why is that? I believe it is in a way that Barcelona University is not that easy. And when I asked for most of the people, the students that are studying that university, the punctuation is 8 of 5 in 10 that hardly believes that the university is difficult. So that's why not responsibility charges, but of course they want an opportunity to travel, an opportunity to get to meet new cultures. And however, Barcelona is a beautiful place, beautiful in terms of not just city but of opportunities. So I strongly believe that we can surely get sustainable after this year and get me a structure. Oh, okay, this was not supposed, it was one-to-one. To say that in Cartagena there are like 15 active, quite simple things, like it's just this LR as main as presidency, and HR, CR and secretary as the other ones, it's coordinated the rest of the team since the beginning. Remember that it was since last year, they already have 15 active members, 11 people that from the local group participated in 5 international events. They organized one event that was Spanish Motivational Weekend, and that will never be possible without one person. It's right there, his friend. A big applause for him. I think guys in Southwest like to really move mountains because one person really do stuff. Super cool. And congratulations. And for the why not presentation though? Okay, and to say Calabria. Calabria is a local group that I can say is strong, is sustainable. And why? Since we had a transition, right? Everyone from the part of the online to not to offline. And they still got 60 active members. 60 active members, people that really motivated, that organize events, that participate in events. And they got the 10th anniversary of IGEA, so you can guess it was a big party, a big stuff, with a really big people really motivated. And now they are really going for the alumni meeting in Calabria, not just in a way that they are presenting and organizing an event, but in a way that they are thinking strategically so they can get the experience part to their members, their active. And this was the 3 ones, but just to say a big thank you to Southwest. It's just like a little graphic, but that represents a lot. Since last council meeting that were made 178 travels. Big applause to Southwest, please. And that will never be possible without, especially the LRs, to be honest. Since the beginning, they were okay, we want to change this, we don't want to have that online stuff again. Now we are offline, so we are going to motivate our members, we are going to push everyone to be even more active in the team and take the opportunities to them. And I don't know, I'm so proud of it. So, and yeah, thank you. Obrigado, gracias.
Thank you very much, Francisco. Do we have any questions for him? Yes, one there in the back.
Hi, Zeynep from local group Istanbul Yıldız. So I was going to ask, in Cartagena there was a vice LR, and what is the exact position? Because I have never heard of it before. Is it a helping person?
Yes. Sure. So the presidency is constituted by the vice LR and the LR. These people that coordinates the rest of the board together. So in a way they take decisions, they are doing decisions together.
Okay, but legally, like, I mean, formally, it's only one LR, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions? In case, please stand up. Yes? Delegate?
Hello, Matthias Junttila, LG Lappeenranta. So you have seen a very successful example of how to move back from online to offline. Could you share some details on how to motivate people to return to offline things again?
I can try. I think it goes a lot with the people that I have, and to be honest with you, I'm really lucky because I have really valuable people. As I said, thank you to my LR, thank you to everyone from the region. But I also think that we really work hard, and it is a panorama in Southwest that I don't think we have in some of the other regions. We take the associative part and the organizations in a way that we are preparing to the professional part as quick as we can. And being successful in a way that we work hard, play hard, and we took it in a way that is fun, and took it in a way that is enjoyable for everyone. So that's fun.
Okay, we have no time for other questions, I'm sorry. I know, sorry. Thank you, Francisco, for the presentation. And now it seems it has been a while, so I think we have some punishments to do. So I'll ask Helen to tell us how it's gonna go.
Yes. First, if anyone has anything, any item, they can just bring quickly here.
Oh, just a moment, we have a technical from the delegate. Sorry, Helen.
Polina Petrova, LXIV, will we have any updates about Baltic region?
Sorry?
Will we have any updates about Baltic region?
Every update about Baltic region.
During this time slot, we won't have any updates in the Baltic region, but before coming for the council meeting, we posted on Ilium all of the latest updates regarding the...
So council can check it on Ilium?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, and to clarify, we will have other presentation for the region after the punishments. This is just like a break in the middle, let's say. Thank you.
Okay, people. Yay, fun. Since we don't have a space on the stage, you will need to do it in your places while standing up. So please, the people that I am telling their names, stand up. Dasha. Max from Eindhoven. Eva from Eindhoven. Elif Nur. Balint. Doğa. Christina from Budapest.
Very secure.
Joseph from Berlin. Alper from Aachen. Eva, I already said. Alice from Boğaziçi. Atabek from Yıldız. We have trainers community. We have Kiev. We have local group Berlin. We have local group Seville. We have local group Istanbul Yıldız. Yeah, we have a local group Budapest, and we have all the members of FABI, including German local groups.
So can we just move those that are not going to do the punishment to the front because they are way less?
Okay, okay,
Helen, I've been told we also have Strahinja and all of the delegate, Olaf and Strahinja from the organizers as well.
Okay. Can those people also stand up? So, since we don't
Technical, yes.
Zorana Jablana, local group Novi Sad. I also stole a flag from local group Zigen. I didn't hear you say it.
It wasn't here.
Yeah, it's behind.
Yeah, she brought it before.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
it must be the white one, I think.
Yeah, the white one.
So Zigen as well.
Yes,
They were already there prepared.
And we have also David from Yıldız. Okay, so for the ones that who don't, so it's technical, okay.
Another technical in the very back, yes. If it is about things that have to be brought forth, please just do it.
Sarah from local group Istanbul Yıldız. Since the trainers community flag is stolen, also the whole board, and the trainers need to have the punishment, I believe.
Thank you. There are more technicals. Go, guys. Go. Can we pass the mic? We have technicals.
Another technical in the back. Yes. Silence for a moment, people.
I don't see all the VVE people standing up, and especially the guy with the VVE flag is still sitting down. So stand up.
Local groups from Germany other than paddleboarding system.
Are there any other technicals?
Yes.
Silence, people, silence.
Yesterday I also saw the name tag of Istanbul Bogachi, but I didn't hear if you told about it.
It's not you.
The name tag. Flag. The name tag.
Who?
Was it brought here?
Yes.
Oh, then it's
Aris Ataberk. Okay.
Yes. Is that a question in the back?
Are we already okay? So perfect. So for the guys, can you be quiet, please? Please, thank you. So since we are not able to do all of the punishments in the Wheel of Pain, I decided to punish you. Okay, we are gonna do meme tease. For the ones that don't know the meme tease, we are gonna play striptease music, and then you need to dance erratically. And stripping clothes is optional, and it's a highly recommended. So, guys, you can play the video. Guys, for your stolen items, you can get it after GI and J.
War das jetzt auch ein Livestream? Ja, ich glaube schon. War das auch ein Livestream? Aber nicht der Sound. Man hat nur die Leute gesehen. Wir standen genau vor der Kamera.
I don't know why I always need to present after some punishment.
Conspiracy.
I have really bad stamina. Well, hello people. You know me as project leader of the council meeting, but I'm also a Balkan regional coordinator. So today I will present you some local groups from the Balkan region that had some great achievements in the previous year. So we'll start with presenting you the awards. So we'll have the Survival Local Group, the Event Local, Rising Star. I will elaborate a bit more when I present each of them. So for now...
sorry, Nicola. Since we have an urgent technical there. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, start there from Untitled. Maybe our regional coordinator can wait for half a minute so that he can catch his breath.
With us. And this is local group Skopje. Can you please stand up just to wave to everyone? Thank you guys for your dedication, and I'm so happy that local group Skopje is doing good right now, and I'm sure that you will do even better. So, next local group was the local that you provide to a lot of entities a chance to, they actually have a chance to meet physically. So thank you for that, and this is local group Novi Sad. Thank you so much, Novi Sad. And now it's time for the Rising Star in the region. Thank you so much, guys, for your dedication. I'm sure that you will do even better in the future. But also, I would like to use a chance to thank to the all local groups from the region, because this year the region did an amazing job. And I would like to say thank you to local group Belgrade, local group Bucharest, local group Targu-Mureš, Rijeka, Zagreb, and local group Niš. All of the local groups did one amazing job, and you can watch detailed report on the YouTube. Yeah, I don't want to take too much of your time anymore. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Nicola. Are there any questions? Yes, Ahmed in the back.
Ahmet Kaplan, Istanbul Boğaziçi. Sorry if I didn't get the information beforehand, but do we have any reason for Rijeka not being present in the council today? So, like, if you do know.
Yeah, the delegates of the local group Rijeka will arrive today, so they won't be present today on the General Assembly, but I guess they will tomorrow be here.
Oh, nice.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Well, Nicola, I think this is a no. Thank you very much. Next, directly from the mountains, I would like to ask Eric to join us on stage.
It's okay, it's green.
Hello. Yes, hello. I am Eric from Gothenburg. I am the regional coordinator of the Nordic region. I missed kind of the memo of what the presentation will be, so I will be only presenting one award for one local group that has done an amazing job this year. Before we go there, I will take some words and present my other local groups. The Nordic region, the biggest region in our network. Does not work. Now it works. Something more. Thank you. So the Nordic region, the biggest region in the network, consists of 12 local groups. We have had some struggles during the last years. Before coronavirus hit us, we were quite unmotivated still. People dropped off, did not participate in events, did not organize events, And then, of course, coronavirus came and hit us badly, which made the situation even worse. So this is why I want to take a minute, while to give some appreciation to all my local groups, because they all have made, they should all get Johnny's reward of survivors, because they all survived. They did an amazing job. But there is one local group that has gone above and beyond the other local groups. This local group, well, for once they always reply to my messages, which is not that common. They drive the rest of the region forward. They give good examples, organizing events, organizing motivational weekends. Unfortunately, they tried to make two really great events, one exchange and one activity week recently. This did not really happen, but nonetheless, know that you guys are doing an amazing work, and give a big applause to local group Lappeenranta. So yes, to get an update on all my other local groups, please check out the reports on YouTube and on Ilium. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any question for Eric? Yeah, delegate.
Hi, I'm David Barrero, LXIV. So since they are doing so well, I wanted to ask you if you have reason to organize the next CM.
Thank you for the question. If they will organize the next CM, then they are hiding it from me as well, so unfortunately.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, one question in the very back from Johannes. No? Yes.
Johannes LXIV, when can Tallinn in the Nordics?
This is a good point. Check my report and you will get to know all about the situation. Yeah, you guys are asking about the division of the Baltics. We have added another local group to our midst in the Nordics, so local group Tallinn is now included here. The work that has been done is that I, as regional coordinator, have assessed their need in the network, and for the next 3 months, I will do my best to support them. You will get an update on the whole situation later, so I will not dive deeper into it right now.
And can you just repeat the question for the secretaries? Johannes?
When can Tallinn into Nordics?
Thank you very much. Okay, so this was it. Thank you very much, Eric.
Thank you.
We have a technical in the middle. Can you stand up? Thank you.
That was a big heart, not a technical.
No, but I'm technical today. Sorry. Ines Luotanen from LG Vaasa. It's quite hot in here. Could we just open... Yeah, please. Some doors or something.
Yeah. So can we open the doors, and in the meanwhile, if we can also lower a bit the temperature, the organizer can help with that. That would be amazing. Thank you very much. So it was a technical, not a heart. All right. Then let's move on, and I will need Eren on the stage. Thank you very much, Region. I think he got the point.
Thank you guys for your support. So I'm Eren from LG Istanbul ITU, and I'm the current Mediterranean region coordinator, which is the hottest region. So basically my presentation will be about highlights from every LG, because I couldn't decide which LGs to present because you all did an amazing job. So I will have some highlights from all of you. Okay. So firstly about LG Ankara Bilkent and Metro. So LG Ankara Bilkent was going to organize a Lean Six Sigma event, but it has been cancelled due to lack of participation. But still, it was the first Lean Six Sigma for a while in the region. And they organized the Recom together in a collaboration with LG Ankara Metro, and it turned out great. Thank you for that. And about LG Ankara Metro, they took the responsibility of TCCom, but also it has been cancelled due to lack of participation, but still, thank you for taking this responsibility. And they have an amazing increase in central level, in numbers and travel numbers. They developed a lot last year, but still, good news soon. And they changed their board structure. There are 2 more people in the board right now, so there are more people to work. Okay. About LG Istanbul Boğaziçi, they organized 5 offline events in September, and they are the second in travel in the network, and they will organize the 6th one in summer, which is a summer academy event. About LG Istanbul, organized 4 offline events since October, and they organized the first edition of Members Forum. They are the first in travel right now. And last but not least, they organized the first VX4X Days event in the region. About LG Istanbul ITU, which is my LG, they organized motivational weekend, and also they took the responsibility of LR Forum again. They worked so hard, I know that, but it cancelled due to lack of participation like the other events, but still they took this responsibility a month ago from the event, so thank you for that. And İzmir also, like, they took the responsibility of Baltic Recom. They waited to organize it, but it has been cancelled, as you know. And they organized the first offline regional event after the pandemic in the network, which was a Siam Prep event before Siam Settle. About LG İzmir Economy, they organized an ITDCom, which was a great success. And our dear newest local group, LG Trails, which is about to become a member, they organized 2 events this year, and at the time I was preparing a presentation, the tables were 24, but as Maria and Stefanos presented, now it's 28. So as an observer group, they did an amazing job. So congratulations, guys. And last but not least, LXIV, they organized 4 events since July. I mentioned July because they organized the first offline event after pandemic, which was a summer academy event. They also organized the first edition of Business Booster and Brain Trainer event, and now they changed their election period. So right now, every local group in the region has the same election period, which is nice for the board training event, obviously. So, so actually it was really difficult and I couldn't choose a rising star at first, but still I want to highlight a specific LG that worked so hard to come to this point, and now they are about to become a member. So and of course, like, I owe everything to these hottest LRs of the network. Like, they worked so hard, and I was so lucky to work with them. So thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. Before a question, Aaron, it seems you have another presentation. Is that correct?
Correct.
Correct. Then we'll have this other presentation first, and then we will have question time.
Okay, so it's a different presentation. It's about Mediterranean regional team. which it's not the first year of it, but maybe I will be the first one who presents this idea in SCM. So about my agenda, so I will talk about why do we have it, what is it, the working areas in the team, then the work in progress, what are we doing, and lastly the appreciation part. Okay, so why do we have a regional team? As you may know, RCs don't have an official team to work with, but since many years in the Mediterranean region we have it, and I believe it helps us to find a new successor, and it decreases the workload and distribute the workload of the RC, and it motivates more people, so people are actually working about the region constantly. It definitely increases the communication within the region because people from different LGs working for a specific aim together, and of course one of the values of the team, striving for development. So, about the working areas in the team. First, we have the mentorship program responsibles, who are Özge, Öykü, and Betül, and they're all here. And the mentorship program is basically aims to increase the communication between the generations and motivate and support the newbies. Currently, we didn't start it yet, but we found the mentors. We taught them it a while ago, and unfortunately, we had some different priorities in the region, but right after the CM, we will also find the mentees and start the mentorship program actually. The second working area, which is training sessions and speaking clubs. So we are trying to support our members with giving some trainings and making, creating friendly environment that they can talk together. And right now we have 3 training sessions in the region, and we will soon have hopefully also speaking clubs. Like some other events, the online participation has a bit decreased, but still we are trying to increase the participation to these activities. And lastly, PR and knowledge management. Berit is our PR responsible, and Sude is our knowledge management responsible. The PR responsible is basically help us to create the merchandises about the region, and also help the LGs about the PR part during the regional events. And the knowledge management responsible helps me to take the minutes of the chats, edit the drive, and make sure that we have a sustainable knowledge management to pass it to the next RCs. Okay, so what has been done? We had maintained chats, we edited drive folders, and we had 3 training sessions, as I said, and we had many merchandises in the regional events. And work in progress, and for the future, we have the mentorship program. We will create a Hati Spirit booklet in which we will include the traditions of the region, some testimonials, information about LGs and everything. We will organize speaking clubs and of course more training sessions. We didn't do a lot of things yet, but still I want to share this idea with you because I believe it may be a beneficial thing to create for the RCs to motivate people more and actually create a new area for the people to work with. They can work with the regional coordinator closely and they can actually observe what he or she is doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we have some time for questions. We'll first with the delegate from Seville and then the lady in the middle.
Hi, I'm David Barreto from LXIV. You said this is the first time you are presenting this, but you also said that you have done this for many years. So I wanted to ask you if you have talked about this project with the rest of RC, and how do you think, if they should implement it or if it should be up to their decision?
Sorry, you mean my predecessors or my co-RCs?
The rest of regional coordinators.
The other regional coordinators?
Yes.
Okay. So I shared, we have a Slack channel. I shared my idea there, but we didn't talk deeply about it. But of course we can deeply talk about it. And also, yes, we have it for many years from Berkan, then Zeynep also created it, also my predecessor Alperen created it, but as far as I know, I'm now the first one to present it actually in CM, so that's why I mentioned that. I hope I answered.
Yes, yes.
Thank you very much.
I heard that you were mentioning speaking clubs. Have you thought about collaborating with a language program for that? Because you haven't texted me at all.
Can you repeat the question for the secretaries before the answer?
About the speaking clubs.
Yeah.
Do they think of collaborating with language program? Because we have a speaking club responsible.
Okay. So yeah, of course we can collaborate. The idea of mine was mostly increase the communication in the region and make people becoming friends. But of course, if you have many ideas to share with me, I'm open for that, so we can collaborate.
Okay, we'll talk about. And I also have one more question. I heard some whispers that there might be a CM in the Mediterranean region. So is there any?
Okay, so I believe that we have many local groups that has enough power to organize a great CM in the fall, but and they have my full support if they are willing to. But if there is someone, we will learn it together during this year.
All right, I suppose this was the last question. Thank you very much, Aaron. Okay, so let's see. I close agenda point 33, local groups. And I open agenda point 34, voting results number 2, and I call the voting committee on the stage. Can you stay both on the left side? Thank you.
So, hi guys, we will present the voting results from this session. And for a start, we will present the exclusion of LG bookers. For exclude the LG, we need 2/3 of the votes. So we need 45 votes. So to present, please.
So yeah, and the second decision was, of course, the approval of the membership of LGT. Also here with vote, we needed 45 votes, and you will see that the majority has been reached. Congratulations.
I think people have been happy with the results. Thank you very much, voting committee. So I close agenda point 34, voting results number 2. And I open agenda point 35, open discussion number 1. And I ask Dasha to the stage. Oh, that was very fast.
Okay, people, so let's try something new. Open discussions. Technical?
Never mind technical. Yes, David.
Okay, now that ID Piraeus is official member of Steam, can they vote on the rest of the things we are having? Yes, you should approach a voting committee then. Yeah, that was it.
They know. Thank you.
Okay, back to the open discussion. So this idea is not new. It's been discussed quite some times and requested from the network during the general assemblies, during the council meeting. So in this time we decided to try to implement this idea as we have an extra day for the council meeting, so we supposed to have enough time. So what happened? We had a session during a STEAM college, and as part of one of the sessions there, we collected input from our leaders regarding the topic of the open discussion. Then lately we had a post on Medium, also gathering some inputs in terms of what can be the topic, what can be topics for open discussions, and how those can happen. And now we're going to have the first trial during the General Assembly, having the open discussions and agenda points. And later on, after the council meeting, we're going to evaluate how did it go and what can be improved for the next editions of open discussions if the next board would like to continue this practice. Let's see what we propose as a structure for open discussion and how it will go. So we'll start with the rules of open discussions. So I'll share with you how you can support speakers and basically the general rules. Then we are going to have onboarding on a topic. So we would like to involve as many people and as many delegates in the discussions, so you guys can actively participate in those. Based on that, we also picked a topic. So I'm going to onboard you still, providing some more information. Then we're going to have time for some clarification questions for you to make sure that you're quite that you know about the topic and that everything is clear and we can proceed with the discussion. We'll proceed with discussion and then we'll finish with some kind of conclusion or the possible follow-up from our side. Let's go. Something went wrong, but basically first open discussion would be the local groups and warnings. Let's start with some rules of for the open discussion. So quite simple, how to ask what you can do. So basically you can raise one finger to start speaking with a new topic, then two to make a direct comment on the previous person's points. 3, it still remains a technical, you're quite familiar with it already, and then C for clarification if you didn't get anything with if you didn't get speakers' points and would like them to repeat, for example. Then, how you can show support to speakers, just a thumb up would be great. And if there will be needs to learn about the perception of all of the local groups, we can proceed with a short voting, like the open voting, just for you guys to state your opinion, for example, if there will be needs. Okay, so let's proceed with the onboarding to the topic for the first open discussion. As you know, the topic is members and warnings. Here we had quite some presentations today on the topic, but here I would like to remind you about requirements we have for our members groups. So they have to have at least 5 different students associated with the local groups participating in the STEAM events, then attend at least one event as stated in the event agenda of a STEAM other than a council meeting, organize at least one event, have at least one representative at least every second council meeting, and respond to all of the emails to the board. If local group does not fulfill any of those requirements, they receive a warning, as stated in our membership regulations. And 3 consecutive warnings should be, if local group receive 3 consecutive warnings, they shall be proposed for exclusion. Okay. Why do we have warnings? You're also quite familiar for now. So those exist to motivate local groups to actively participate in the life of the network, as well as communicate to the whole what a team expects from its members, and also to inform the council what actually happens today.
Now let's spend a couple of minutes for the clarification questions regarding the topic. If everything is clear regarding warnings, requirements, if you have questions, please stand up and I will be glad to reply on those.
All right, then we start from Francisca.
Francisca Trigueros, LG Porto. I didn't really get what is the purpose of this specific discussion. So we are discussing the requirements in general, or the warnings. Why is the topic called warnings and not only warnings? I'm confused, sorry.
Thank you for your question. I guess I can explain words. So that was just an onboarding. So if the process that we have in this team is clear, and later I'm going to raise the question for the open discussion. Okay?
Yes, that makes sense.
Thank you. Then first Alex and then Johannes.
Thanks. So Alexandre, local group Lyon. My question is just, how was the topic selected? Can you explain?
As I said, we wanted to have the first trial and try to include as many people as possible, so we decided on a topic as a board for this edition, so we can include more delegates into discussion.
Thank you very much. Next question from Johannes, far right. Oh, you trolled me. Okay, then Chris, opposite side.
Chris, local group Dansk. So whenever the topic of warnings is coming up, quite often the outcome of the discussion is that the problem does not lie with the warning themselves on the logical level, but rather on the perception of the warnings within the network and the emotional reaction to receiving them. The aspect of that is, for example, unfair if the local group is receiving a warning, like for example, local group Minsk, who is not capable of organizing an event and they still receive a warning, or another cases like that. And instead of warnings trying to motivate the local groups to do stuff and to show what is our expectation of the local groups that they should be, it feels like a stick instead of the carrot. So my question would be, instead of trying to dismiss it as one warning doesn't matter, is the board planning to try to also appeal to the emotional side of the warning and the perception of them in the network?
Okay, thank you, Chris. I think you're rushing a bit, so we're going to get there and have a discussion on that topic. So if there are no clarification questions regarding the topic itself, how do we give warnings, what are the requirements, I think we can just continue and then get back to the point, okay?
Thank you very much.
So then, was there clarification? Okay, yeah.
No, just if you have a question, ask up.
All right. Moritz, LG Berlin, or Chekos. So my question would be the article that we discussed earlier, 4.2, would that be included in this discussion?
No.
Okay.
Okay. Are there any more questions? I believe that's okay. Let's then continue. So basically, how warnings are perceived by local groups? Quite negative, as you can imagine. So local group is living their life, they receive a warning, and the perception is that local group will be kicked out. So they see as local groups perceive those not as the warning to motivate, but warning just to what's going to lead to the local group being kicked out of the network. That's how the perception on the warnings right now from most of the local groups. How we would like warnings to be seen. So local group doing their best, then for example they could not fulfill one of the requirements, so what leads them to receiving the warning, right? Okay, but then what happens next? There are quite some scenarios. So for example, local group can receive a warning, realize that they're doing something not that good, and then for example they may need to organize an event, and then they can manage that on their own, and in the next half a year, for example, organize an event. The second way, the second scenario can be that local group receive a warning, we keep track of the situation of the local group, and then we see that this local group needs support. So they will be provided with the needed support
as we know about the situation, what's happening there. Then, this third scenario. So local group receive warnings, 3 consecutive warnings. Then they are announced during the council meeting, and then what happens next? Council votes what happens with the rates with the local group Bucharest. And then council may vote for the local group to stay in the network, or council may vote for the local group not to stay in the network, but they can right afterwards rejoin as a guest group. Or if they voted to leave the network, or if council wants them to be excluded and they are not motivated to stay in the network anymore, they leave. So there are quite some situations where local groups still can stay in the network. So the question for the open discussion would be that how can the mindset of the local groups towards warning be changed? So what we need to do for local groups to perceive the warnings not as punishments, but for those to be a source of motivation. And here I would like to ask Giuseppe to help me with facilitation. So now...
All right, so we have a technical from Francisca first, here in the middle.
Francisca Trigueiros, LG Porto. I would like to make a suggestion regarding showing the support, because I think that a thumbs up, it's not very visible, and I would like to propose to use the colored cards for that, because that way you can also show disapproval and everyone can see. I know it's only the delegates that have them, but I think it would be nicer.
Okay, we can use the green paper to show the support.
And red for not support.
We have a technical in the very front. Eric. Here. Eric, sit down.
Eric Victor Puma-Jashinsky, local group Gothenburg. I don't know if we need to show cards whenever someone is saying something, because someone might want to share their opinion, and yeah, like that. And then everyone shows them a red card, and then they will not want to share it. So maybe we can also, thank you for that also. Maybe we don't have to overuse the cards, and just use them when we actually ask for an opinion of the council. We can use show cards to say if you like that or not. I think they liked it, except for my local groups.
Okay, guys. So the question was that should we use the voting sheets to show the support only when it's asked, like request? So please raise your opinion. Yeah, the question is that. So Eric's point was that maybe some people won't feel comfortable to share if they will be evaluated, and people will share their opinion on that. So the question is, should we have the voting sheets up only when it's requested? Okay, please vote.
We have a clarification in the middle. Oh, first a technical in the back.
I first have a question about this. Our delegates are the only ones that is going to show support, because if not, the leaders and the extra places don't have colored papers to show.
Yeah, there is a technical. I think that leaders and actives can show the thumbs up or show support, as you don't have something to work with.
Thank you very much. Then we have the clarification here in the middle. Francisca, delegate from Port.
I just want to clarify that I was not suggesting that every time a person is talking, everyone should put red or put green. I was just saying that I'm saying this, and if there is someone that feels like, I agree, then they can put or not. And I would like to also explain that since it's an open discussion, I think this is important for the board to have an understanding of, is this something that one person believes, or is this a general thought of the NATO? And if we don't show, and not everyone will be able to talk, obviously, because we are a lot, and if we don't show, it will be harder to understand. If we don't use this system, then I think for you to understand, you will have to stop from 2 to 2 minutes to ask your opinion, which can also be an option, of course, but yeah. Basically, I think it's not to overuse it, but I think it will be beneficial for the discussion.
Yes. Okay, thank you a lot for your inputs.
Then let's try not to reuse it as it was said. Let's use it. Okay, so let's proceed with the open discussion. And the question is that how can the mindset be changed, and what is the current problem basically? Why it's perceived negatively? So if some of the delegates would like to start sharing.
Delegate first, here in the middle.
Anna Kornilovic from Petersburg. Are there actually any positive way to motivate local groups to be active right now? So it was mentioned already, carrot and stick approach. For now, I only saw carrot, or no, vice versa, stick approach. Are there any ways to positively motivate local groups?
Yeah, Heli will share one of the ways of how we also motivate local groups.
I can share now, but we are limited on time. We are rewarding local groups. We are rewarding local groups according to the feedback responses that they get for the Yogi Awards, rates that we get from the feedback forms, and then we are also giving the recognition of the local groups that shows their activities via activity rating system, which you will be seeing the presentations on the last day of the council meeting.
Thank you very much. Is that two? Yes. Can we have a short two here in the front, and then a gentleman in the back? Please, though, when you have a question, please stand up so also the microphone responsible can see you.
Mike, this is the group contract. Also, the achievement presentation from the regional coordinators should be a positive way to motivate local groups.
Thank you. Then we have first guy in the back, then we have the delegate from Seville.
Okay, Nicola Philip, LG Bremen. So I think that the mindset cannot be completely changed towards seeing it as some motivational thing, because in the end it's called a warning. It's something you get for not having done something, or for just not being responsible, or for right now also for the inability to do something. But on this question, I would say that one way would be to also not just write the most generic email in the world when we get warnings. Like, it's just like, hey, you got this warning, this warning, this warning, and this warning. Maybe we could also add some kind of explanation that it's not the end of the world, because I've heard a story from someone that apparently some LR who just wasn't educated on the topic thought that this LG is going to get excluded from his team just because they received like one warning for something. So I think that also just even the format of the email can help in the perception of the warnings. Yeah.
Thank you. Chris, do you have a two on that?
1.5.
Okay, then first we do the delegates from Seville.
I'm David Barrero, LG Seville, and my one just became a two because I was gonna say basically the same. That the thing is, you are sending warning, you're like, okay, just send it. So that's why we are so yeah, basically the way we are receiving warnings also help to contribute to the mindset that is right now. But also we could maybe members committee could check in advance if people are going to get a warning and contact the local group beforehand. Say, okay guys, you are not doing this good. You could try to change it, because if not, you will get a warning. That will make official. I don't know, it's one option, but yeah, basically I totally agree with him.
We take one short two from the delegate and one very short two from Essin, and then we move on.
Anna Kornilovic is from Petersburg, and also maybe it would be cool if LG might receive some different kind of warnings for the stuff they cannot really change, especially in the current political situation, because it sometimes hurts to receive something that you cannot change.
We go for Essin, and then we do Chris, and then the delegate from Port.
Yeah, like just a really quick comment to both David and Nicola. We also try to do it, like usually I send like a disclaimer with regional coordinators that, okay guys, I will send the warnings today. That's, yeah, it's not the end of the world, and one warning will not result in a proposal for exclusion. And usually then, like if there is questions, like I have many Zoom meetings or I had many chats, but yeah, I think maybe when we send the mail like that, but it's also a legal procedure, that's why we have to also kind of do it like that. So like whenever there's questions, we usually try to answer them, or I try to communicate with regional coordinators that it's not the end of the world. But yeah, like that's actually, I think, good feedback that we might also change the mail approach somehow.
Thank you very much. Now we have Chris.
Chris, local group then. Maybe before even asking how we can change the mindset itself, maybe we should like first check with the council what's the general like the view of the warnings. Because the way I see, like nobody's protesting, oh, I didn't respond to the requirement email, I received the warning. Like the warnings, as it was already said before, are perceived negatively because that means we failed upon something. But mostly it's the warnings that feel unfair to be received are seen as issues. Like warnings that are received because the event I organized is within the 28 days before the council meeting, or I'm unable to meet it because we cannot travel, etc. So I would love to see like what's the opinion of the council, if the warnings are wrong in themselves, or is it just like some part of the warnings that are actually perceived negatively?
Okay, I think we can have a short voting on that to learn about the perspective. Can you repeat how would you phrase it?
Before that, sorry, is that a two, Fabian, that you had? Yes, can we have the two before?
Fabian Silva, LG Darmstadt. It's a direct to Essen. You said it's a legal procedure, but as far as I know, it's a legal procedure to send the warnings, not the way we send it. So could you elaborate on this quickly?
Can you speak louder? I don't think it's on.
It is on?
No.
Okay, so I can repeat. So Fabian Silva, LG Darmstadt. Essen, you said it's a legal procedure to send out the warning. Can you elaborate on this? Because I think it's legal to send them, but not in which way we send them, or am I wrong?
Quick answer from Esin, and then we go with this voting, and then the delegate from Port. Then it was not me.
Okay, so in the membership regulations, it's stated that it's, yeah, like it needs to be informed. So basically in the mail we should include which local group requirements the LG failed to do, and we should state clearly you will receive a warning this council meeting. However, in the mails, like I think many LRs, like if you receive a warning you will see, we also say if you need support, if you think you need help, please feel free to approach us. But it's also like important that we are making it clear that they will receive the warning because it's written in our membership regulations. So yeah, it's usually like, yeah, we have to state it still clearly which LG requirements they didn't fulfill, and that they will receive the warning in the respective council meeting.
Thank you. And for Tasha, just for a technical, would you like me to prioritize twos and comments, or the ones from delegates and other people?
Let's prioritize delegates and hear from the local group's perspective as well.
Then I'm sorry from the back. You see if you need to do this voting that you were asking before?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, let's see. So please raise the red paper if you think that the warnings are in general perceived negatively, and the green one if warnings perceived negatively only in the special cases. So when the warning is given when, for example, local group could not organize event due to some reasons.
We have a clarification in the back. In the meanwhile, on the right side, Esin, you have the microphone already. You can go for it.
Can you clarify the question because I didn't get
Yes.
What is red? What is
Reds are for that warnings are perceived negatively in general. When local group receive a warning that's negatively perceived. And the green one, that's the warning received negatively only in the special situations. So for example, when the local group could not organize an event due to some situations.
Another clarification in the middle, Francis. And also you can keep the microphone for after that. Silence, people.
Guys.
Let's hear Francisco.
I didn't understand if I'm supposed to answer this question on behalf of my LG in the sense like, in my LG this is perceived badly, or if I should say like, I think my perception of the network is that in general they are perceived badly. Do you understand?
From the local group's side. Okay, guys, can you raise your papers?
Technical. Is the same? Okay.
Sarah from Istanbul Yıldız. Just to not forget the back of the console, like for green it's thumbs up, for red it's thumbs down, right?
Yes, for green thumbs up, and yes, red thumbs down. Okay, we took a photo of the results, right? Clarification from Chris.
Just for you to know, people, remember we have 4 minutes left. So make sure that whatever you're asking is necessary.
Chris, can we rephrase the question a bit? Because it's normal that the warnings are seen negatively in general because it's a negative thing. I would rather want to know if the warnings are a problem, like or seen as a problem, or the quote-unquote unfair warnings are seen as a problem. Because the whole topic is quote-unquote negative.
So you would like to phrase it as, do warning persists, like, just is any warning is fair, or can you please repeat?
The point I'm trying to make is that if the whole topic is negative, then delegates are obviously going to raise the card for the whole topic is negative. But the question which I wanted to see is that even though the whole topic is negative, is the warnings in general like the issue and receiving the warning? Or is the part about these warnings that are feeling unfair to receive the actual problem?
Here I'd like to focus, as we don't have that much time, let's focus on the main topic, how it can be changed. So there are already some topics, some ideas raised and shared regarding what can be done to change the mindset. Let's stick to that, guys. So if you have some more comments on this, so how basically the perspective can be changed, please let's hear from delegates.
Can I go?
Are we continuing with questions? Okay, then it was Francisca, and then the delegate here in the front, us prioritizing delegates.
Just one thing. It's not a question, but this is an open discussion, right? So I can talk without being a question. Okay. So, Francisca Trigueiro, LG Porto, talking as ambassador, not delegate, because I attended the BASE General Assembly last week, and they do things a little bit differently, and I think they actually have a point there, so I would like to share. Basically, they don't have warnings. What they have is proposals for suspension, and when you are proposed for suspension and that is accepted, then the local group loses its voting rights. Basically, that's it, and it has a clause. The BASE ensures that they will be monitored closely to ensure that they improve. And I think there's already a good point here that this BASE ensures this, and here I don't feel that we really ensure that the local group that received the warning now will be monitored more closely. I think it's more like if the local group shows that proactiveness of asking for help. And the other point is that when they are getting proposed, this is not like you are suspended. It's like you are proposed for suspension. And then the council actually decides if they are going to be suspended or not.
So in practical terms, what happens is that the board does a presentation explaining why they are being proposed for suspension. In our case, it will be this local group is being proposed for suspension because they didn't meet this requirement, and can also be other reasons. For example, in this last year, they had, because in an event they played some games that were not appropriate, and this is not aligned.
Sorry, can you wrap up? It's getting very, very, very long. I know, it's valuable, but it's also difficult to put it down and understand for people if it gets too long. If you just can highlight the important point and then we move on.
They explain the reasons, and these reasons can be the requirements or other things that the board think are relevant. And then the board just presents this in a neutral way, and then the local group has a chance to give a presentation explaining their situation, where they can recognize the mistakes and explain how they plan to improve in the future, or they can just say that it's unfair and etc., and then it is voted. And I think that this opportunity for the local groups to go on stage and explain their situation makes local groups really think about the requirements and think about how they are going to improve. And therefore, it's not that the suspensions in BEST are seen as a positive thing, because they are not, but this is a way, even though they are negative, their perspective, the perception is negative, this way they are motivating local groups to improve after receiving the warning, which I think is very positive. Sorry for the long comment.
Okay. Dasha, what do we do?
Let's take a couple of more replies from delegates and then
let's take the delegate here in the front. You've been waiting for a while now.
Giuseppe, is this order?
If we have time for another question after this one, it will be the other delegate.
Maturam Kubanis Sundaram, LG Aachen. I have a new point that's belonging the structure of the, I would say, warning system. So, as I have seen SLR, the warnings as seen for every semester. So, if you did this thing, then you get this warning. And there are some LGs who have very problems, like structural problems with new members as far. I don't know, the new universities have also problems. And I don't think that for these LGs, if they have already 2 warnings and they're coming to the 3rd warning, that would be helped, because there are some problems you can't solve it in 1 semester, and these problems can cause the situation that you can't fulfill the requirements. Maybe my idea is that we can also put the Lean Six Sigma support team together. So after the 2nd warning, they can help them, and they can also say that this LG has a problem because of this situation, and that can't be solved in 1 semester. Maybe we can give them more time to solve the problem, so that they have the situation to come to the proposal. So I think that would be more motivational. And the second point that also discussed with my other delegate from LG Aachen, with Alpha, is the word of warning. Warning is a negative word that sounds so you didn't do something well, and that I think that can impact the mindset, and maybe we can say another word like status also. So status 1 is okay, status 2 is not so okay, and status 3 is we have to look, maybe.
Thank you. Very last one, we have the delegate.
Yes, Matthias Huttila, LG Lappeenranta, I'll be very brief. Is there currently any recourse if an LG feels that a warning has been issued unfairly towards them?
Can you please repeat your question?
Is there currently any recourse for an LG who feels that a warning has been issued against them unfairly?
So if a local group thinks they have received an unfair warning, can they do something? Is there a mechanism for it? Is that correct?
Correct.
Local group can always, I think, raise a motion to state that they do not agree and bring it to the council for the council to decide.
Thank you.
At think we are done with time. That's for sure an improvement point in
Instead
terms
of
of
technical, David. Can somebody give him a microphone, please?
I suppose we have to move on, but I think it's been a quite important discussion. So if we are not still continue talking about this today, are we gonna continue talking about tomorrow in the GA?
the plan is to have two sessions, 2 rounds of open discussions, but we prepared 2 different topics, so we won't continue this one. What I will do, it's still quite interesting to learn your perspectives. Let's go and use Ilium, so we can make a post and everyone can share there. And then we can also follow up with the board and with the members committee and local group support system, for example.
Then can I propose that we maybe, if council agree, we could use a round table to also talk about this, because at the end it's talking about LGs. Yeah, if you say no, I will raise a motion.
So you are proposing that this topic can also go to the local group roundtables?
Yes.
Yes, we can. I can suggest to the family leaders, roundtable coordinators to also bring this topic if they are looking up topics.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. I suppose this was the very last thing, correct? Yes. Okay, then I close agenda point 35, open discussion 1. And I open agenda point 36, miscellaneous, and we have a couple of announcements, and the first one will be about the LG roundtable, so I would like to ask Rebecca to join us on stage.
Hello. So I will just a little bit explain what LG Roundtable is for those who don't know. It's essentially a way for you to discuss the problems you have in your LGs with the other members and get feedback from them and ideas how to fix those problems. And then when you go back, you can tell them to your local group and then implement the ideas you got from here. They will be facilitated by your family leaders, so this activity will be in families. We will move all together to the fortress. We will be led there by the organizers, and then over there you can use your family groups. You'll find them, the WhatsApp and Telegram groups. That's pretty much all. If you have any questions.
Technical, Francisca in the middle.
Francisca Trigueiros, LG Porto. A lot of people don't have internet. Are we going to have...
Yeah, I asked them and they said that you should use the WhatsApp groups and Telegram groups, that they don't have the papers this time.
Okay.
But maybe it's like if you don't have internet, you can already over here find your family and move with them.
Use the microphone, Halim.
Sorry. After the GA, you can look for your family leaders to find your families, and then you can go together if you don't have internet, and if you do, use the channels. Yes.
And immediately after that, we have some announcements for the organizers about logistics and other similar things.
They were preparing the papers outside, so there are papers.
Okay, organizers will make.
Thank you. David, is that?
I was going to say that if we don't have internet after PA, maybe family responsible can be on a stage, and then we just rap and go all together. But doesn't matter.
It will be in another place. We're moving there. Okay? Okay, anything else? Thank you, Rebecca. And now I will ask some organizers to join on stage for some announcements. I suppose it will be Nicola.
Thank you guys for so much love. Well, yeah, about the round table right now, we will go outside and you will go, you will be there with your family. But while we are transporting from here to that place, you will go in the group of 2 families. You will see organizers outside, they will wait for you with the papers. So see which is the number of your family, and go to that organizer, and then they will guide you to the place where we will have a roundtable. After that, we are going back to the hotel, and you will have a time to rest, and then we are going tonight, not as it stated in the agenda, but a bit later. Like in agenda, you will see that the Serbian night is starting 7:30, but we will go at 8:30. So you'll have one time more to relax. And then you will have a dinner there at that place, because we are organizing Serbian night, so you will have a chance to try traditional Serbian food and of course drink, and that's it.
Thank you very much. Okay, I suppose there is nothing else to be added. Any other announcement, board? No? Okay. Then we have one more. Okay.
Yeah, before leaving, don't forget to get your items from here, flags and name tags.
Okay, there goes agenda point 36, miscellaneous. And please, who have to gather, it's flag, name tags, stuff of this kind, please come to the stage, they're all here. Do not steal the others' ones, just pick your own, thank you very much, and you're free to go. Enjoy!